Hello, and first, welcome, Discount Seth Rogen. Thank you so much for the lurk, and thank you for the meme. Definitely an appropriate meme. Just checked it out before going live, before switching and going fully live. But yeah, thank you to anyone tuning in. As usual, I'm Corey Campbell, and it's definitely been, I think, about 2 weeks since I streamed last. Even though during my last stream, or like about 2 weeks ago, when I got back into streaming. Uh, like I had a plan, where it's like, yeah, I want to stream. My goal that I set out was to stream, for the next couple months or however long, for about 3-4 times per week. That's the goal that I set for myself. That obviously for the past 2 weeks, like I did not meet. Since pretty much just when I thought I had my sleep under control or like in a much better place, I was definitely wrong about that. Where up until leading up to the stream that I had 2 weeks ago, or about 2 weeks ago, I had like a good stretch, like 2-3 days of like really solid sleep, really good schedule going, and so I was like, okay, now's the time to start, to pursue the goal that I had set out for myself. But then my sleep went off the rails for pretty much no reason that I can decipher so far. So I was like, okay, I probably gotta wait and really confirm that I can get my sleep back on schedule. Which I think for the past week or so, all signs appear to be pointing in the right direction. But who knows? Things can obviously go off the rails at any time. But yeah, for whatever reason, for the past like month or so, or like 6 weeks, I've been really struggling with my sleep schedule for reasons that I can't fully decipher yet, but I'm confident that I'll solve the problem. Or I'm pretty confident that I've solved the problem now or will in the future. But I still have the goal of pretty much bringing content way more regularly. Where it's like, yeah, I want to start streaming, or rather bringing content 3-4 times per week for the next little while, because my schedule's pretty open, and I have way more time available to myself. So that's still my goal. It's just a matter of like hopefully my body cooperating. I'm still like going to the gym. I'm still like maintaining a routine. I've had it pretty much, everything else has been in order, except for my sleep. Where it's like, I'm still going to the gym virtually every day. But since, my sleep is pretty poor quality, after the gym, I don't really have that much energy. So it's like, yeah, for the past week, I've had a really good stretch, hoping that holds, well, pretty much holds forever, but you never know. But like, yeah, still my goal, where if my sleep holds, I should be streaming 3-4 times per week. But we shall see. I try not to make promises that I can't keep, even though I didn't technically make that promise last stream. But it's more like this is a goal that I set out for myself. And also on a slightly more positive note, the workout streams, I think, should be coming back in the next month or two. I think I should have access to a gym space, as mentioned during the last stream, a calisthenics gym space that I think pretty much has just recently opened, and I'm in somewhat contact with the owner. So I'm gonna try my luck, see if I can convince them allow me access to their space. But yeah, not a promise just yet that the gym streams will return, but I'm pretty confident that I can have them return in some form or another in the next month. But yeah, so on this stream, okay, I've had this content lined up for a while because I briefly touched on it, I think last stream or like 2 streams ago, where I covered the case of like pretty much this individual as a result of psychedelic use. It looks like their political positions shifted. So we're going to take a little bit of a closer look at that. Pretty much go over like the case study, and maybe some hypotheses, or some of the research as to maybe why their political positions shifted, or at least they reevaluated their political positions. But before getting into that, there's other stories I want to cover. I have, as usual, I have a whole backlog of content that I want to get through. It's just a matter of like, again, my body cooperating, and me being able to like create content, or pretty much actually stream. 1 second. So yeah, this is the meme that discount Seth Rogen just sent. Why do poor people exist? I'm tripping on LSD right now. Can't figure out why people don't try to help the poor and why why there are homeless people out there. That is so sad. I don't want anyone to be homeless. I love everyone. And then so about an hour ago, I popped 180 milligrams of Adderall. Now for some reason, I'm really pissed off at rich people. I'm going straight communist. Why does this happen every time? Which it's like, I think as maybe more and more people experiment with psychedelic use, or as more and more people, or as rather as psychedelic use gets, I don't know, more and more normalized or mainstream, whether that's a good thing or not, I have no idea. I guess that remains to be seen. We might be seeing, cases like this more and more, even though this is a meme. But I think the story that I'm about to cover, again, I think is super interesting. But before getting into that main topic, I have another main topic that I want to cover, which is in the title of the stream, which is essentially fraud in science. Oh no, actually, before getting to this, there's a couple of news stories that I want to cover. So on the topic of workout streams, and me trying to bring them back, I still have a focus on, health and fitness. Maybe not in the workout realm just yet, but at least in the research realm. I'll always try to bring that. And also, pretty much during my more free time, the past, couple months, I've been reading a lot. I'm always reading, but now I'm just reading pretty much way more. Or rather, before, I was reading for, whatever, research, and for, my employment. Now I'm reading for just interest and recreation. Maybe I should share what I've been reading. I've been getting through a decent amount of books. I just finished this book, Finding Ultra. It has been on my list for a while, and so Rich Roll, they're one of the few podcasts that I actually listen to. They have a great podcast. richroll.com, or like youtube.com/richroll, or pretty much any podcast platform they should be on. Welcome, Bill Synthetic. Shout out to you. Even though I think you can shout yourself out. But like, yeah, this has been on my list of books to read for a while. And you are also a science and technology streamer as well, Bill. That. Following in my footsteps. So even though I know, or rather I have known Rich Roll's story for a while, I figured, well, might as well buy their book and read it. It's pretty cheap, $14. Canadian too. And so, yeah, even though I don't think, I didn't learn that much new reading it, but it was like good to get a more in-depth look at his story and his experience, and how he transformed his life, how he pretty much abandoned his career, and maybe I might be in the process of doing that. Who knows? Definitely. So totally, it's interesting observing that dynamic, or rather, like, well, pretty much, the spiritual person, and I guess, the rational person that I guess Rich Roll aspires or markets themselves to be, even though I think he says pretty explicitly, he's a spiritual being having a human experience. I think he like embraces spirituality, but like, yeah, totally, his wife is more, I guess, on the intuitive side, or the artistic creative side. So yeah, really good book, and I would recommend it to pretty much anybody for, I guess, looking for inspiration, perhaps. Or maybe just trying to lead a healthier lifestyle. And trying to make, pretty radical changes. And that, maybe it's never too late to make drastic changes to your life, especially when it comes to health and fitness, where pretty much when they hit 40, that's when they start to take their health and fitness way more seriously, and they got into ultramarathon running. So pretty much never too late. And also, on that note, I'm also reading, or rather I should say for this one, listening to... I'm listening to this by Peter Attia, physician / surgeon, I believe. So far, somewhat interesting. I'm about, a quarter of the way into it. So far, no new information that I don't already know, but maybe it's coming. But I can't complain because I pretty much got it for free because I just got the month-long trial membership of Audible. That's why I'm listening to it. I actually prefer to read, actual reading as opposed to listening. But I figure might as well give this a go. But then another book that I'm actually reading. What's it called? Yes. I'm actually reading this, not the audiobook. Text. Or well, the ebook version. Yeah, well, so this is where it's like super tricky. Because, in the podcast space, pretty much the podcast, or the most popular podcasters, it's like an inner circle, right? It's like Joe Rogan, Peter Attia, Tim Ferriss, Rich Roll, Andrew Huberman now. These are all basically like the podcast whatever bros. And even though I strongly reject Joe Rogan, and Andrew Huberman is pretty mediocre personally. But then Rich Roll, I think he more or less got his start as an offshoot of Joe Rogan, or started a little bit later after Joe Rogan. And so it's hard to separate the two. But I don't know if Rich Roll has any affiliation currently with Joe Rogan. It seems like there has been some sort of split. Maybe. But yeah, I'm reading this one. I'm about halfway through this book, Dopamine Nation, by this psychiatrist, Anna Lemke, who, came to my attention through Rich Roll's podcast, because as they were promoting this book, they were on Rich Roll's podcast. So I figured, well, might as well check it out. So far, pretty interesting. So far, nothing groundbreaking or nothing that I didn't really already know. But still, it's good to get the actual, first-hand scientific perspective. So, and I have a whole host of other books sort of on my list. That, well, whatever. I have an unlimited list, but I'm mostly limited by, I can't afford to buy every single book that I want, which I would want to. Mostly limited by cost, which is why I'm using the trial version of Audible to get access to this right here. Yeah, exactly, the Podfathers. And then, Joe Rogan has obviously pretty much been the birthplace for a number of other podcasters. Lex Friedman, right? That's also part of the inner circle of the podcast bros. So it's Lex Friedman, Andrew Huberman, Joe Rogan, etc., etc. So far, nothing special. I'm only 50% into it. It's always good to get confirmation from an actual expert of okay, you know something about dopamine. And I would recommend this book in terms of something that's accessible for, the lay person. If you want to understand, dopamine and the reward system, and, some of the tricky issues with addiction, and maybe, a hint at some of the roots, or causes, of addiction, and how maybe, arguably, we're all addicts, or somewhere on the spectrum of addiction, myself included. I've totally asked myself the question of if I'm addicted to exercise, because I totally, for sure, get a dopamine hit when I exercise. And you can totally have a destructive relationship with exercise, or you can totally destroy your life through exercise, just as you could destroy your life through pretty much any substance, like gambling, or the more conventional addictions, alcohol, tobacco, opioids, etc. Just, I think you can certainly destroy your life through exercise as well. Oh, Phenomenauticus, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. Hello, hope you're doing well. Right now, I'm just going through some of the books that I'm currently reading, now that I have more spare time, and this is one of them. And also, sort of, as a testament to how, pretty much everyone is an addict, or somewhere on the spectrum of addiction. She shares her own personal struggle or experience with addiction, although some might laugh at it, understandably, because they share their experience of pretty much, they say, or their experience with addiction was through actually sort of like compulsive reading of, let's say, romance novels, or like teen romance novels. Like they said that they read like the Twilight series like 4 times in a row, and then like they were just like on this perpetual search for like the next romance novel, to the point that they were like going everywhere with like their e-reader, or like this really compulsive consumption of specific genre of romance novels. I think kind of like the teen romance, or like the Harlequin romance novels. And they also share some of the anonymous experiences of some of the patients that she has treated, and how, at least, so again, I'm only halfway through, but how how to such crazy lengths some people go to get that dopamine hit, or as they're in the throes of addiction, the lengths that they're willing to go to get whatever it is that they're craving. So far, there's some pretty wild stories that, like, it's like, they're almost, like, I know that they're true, but they're almost so out there that they're difficult to believe. But I know that they're being honest. Nothing surprised me at this. So yeah, that's pretty much on my reading list, or what I'm currently reading and listening to. So on the topic of health, I think this is pretty interesting, and probably a step in the right direction. Vaping is pretty new. And from what I can tell, there's not a lot of research about vaping, or at least not a lot of good quality research about vaping, although I think more and more is coming out. And more, I think it's generally being shown that we may have underestimated some of the negative health effects. So councils in England and Wales have called on the UK government to ban the sale of single-use vapes by 2024 on both environmental and health grounds. Oh, Bob Marley, welcome. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. I hope you're enjoying your summer. I imagine, or just kind of assume, that you're traveling a lot, which I hope is the case, and that you're enjoying it, since I know typically in the summers you travel. The local government association, and this might be applicable in whatever to your neck of the woods, UK. Right, yeah, that makes total sense. That's what I figured. You're probably getting your tan on. Hopefully you're still able to work out and maintain some physical activity. But also, if you're on vacation, totally understandable. You don't want to exercise and you want to lay on the beach. And actually, I guess this is a totally separate topic, but like, I guess on the somewhat related topic of Spain, I read a lot of headlines. They might be overblown, I don't know, but I read a lot of headlines of like, the rise of the far right in Spain, and that I think they're in the middle of an election, or like an election is coming up. I think like the election is like going on right now, or like supposed to be like tomorrow, I think.
Show me the money.
Oh wow! Thank you so much for the sub, much appreciated. Super grateful. So actually, I recently started incorporating not only just going to my public gym workouts, but I've been doing a little bit of at-home workouts. And so I broke out some of the resistance bands that I bought during whatever lockdowns, etc. And like half of them have broken while I've been using them. So I did not invest in the highest quality of resistance bands. I almost hurt myself when I was using one of the resistance bands, because like I was at like, you know, high resistance, and it just like snapped. I didn't hurt myself, but yeah, I was actually pretty surprised at how quickly they have broken. But I spent like $20 Canadian on like a set of like 5 resistance bands. Well, I should probably way better inform myself about geopolitics. I'm more North American politics. And like, I don't know how true some of the headlines or some of the stories that I read, or like how true stories that I read in the Canadian news outlets about international politics. Yeah, it looks like in just Europe overall, and arguably even North America, you know, there's clearly some sort of rise or increase of far right, whatever, politics. Or maybe it's just being uncovered and it was always there. So you're getting an endoscopy. Obviously, only share if you're comfortable. But like, so like upper endoscopy, do like either through the nose or through the mouth. Which I totally have had a number of times. I've had pretty much every endoscopy that you can think of. No, never buy American. Only Canadian. So the local government association, which represents councils in England and Wales, said it was crucial a ban came into effect rapidly. As with the European Union proposing a ban in 2026, and France rolling out a ban in December this year, there was a risk that as markets close, disposable vapes could flood into the UK. The LGA said 1.3 million disposable vapes were thrown away every week. They were a hazard for waste and litter collection and caused fires in bin lorries. Okay, well, so obviously I don't know for sure, but if they mentioned anything about like actually visualizing in the stomach, as in like with a camera, it is likely going to be like through endoscopy, as in a tube down your throat, looking into your stomach. Which sounds scary. But and it's certainly not the most comfortable procedure, but it is tolerable. They typically numb your throat with a spray, and the spray typically tastes very bad, but maybe it's changed since it has been a number of years since I've had an upper endoscopy. And they usually, well, I'm talking about the Canadian experience, so I don't know how relevant it is to the UK. But they typically sedate you a little bit, and it's usually over pretty quickly. I would say like in the range of like 5 to 15 minutes. So it should be, generally speaking, it should be uncomfortable but not painful. If in fact it's an upper endoscopy. But if it's some sort of like whatever scan and whatever, it'd be perfectly fine. Only buy Canadian Timbits. That's absolutely true. But like I remember my first whatever upper endoscopy, where like yeah, it sounds scary when it's described to you, and definitely not the most comfortable experience. But it is totally uh, tolerable and pretty over pretty quickly. So where was I? Yes. It said single-use vapes were designed as one unit, so batteries cannot be separated from the plastic, making them almost impossible to recycle without going through special treatment. The LGA said councils were also concerned about the impact vaping was having upon children and young people. Disposable vapes are fundamentally flawed in their design and inherently unsustainable products, meaning an outright ban will prove more effective than attempts to recycle more vapes. The UK Vaping Industry Association defended disposable vapes. Of course they did. Disposables have been around for well over a decade and provide a low-priced, accessible product that helps smokers to quit smoking tobacco. John Dunn, the association's Director General, told BBC Radio on Saturday. He said the vape industry was working hard to minimize its environmental impact and warned a ban could see more black market products coming into the UK. Where, I don't really know personally how to feel about this, where based off of the research that I've seen, vapes are an improvement over whatever conventional tobacco cigarettes. Pretty much, a harm reduction measure. But it seems like, with the rise, the usage of vapes has trickled down to like younger people, where it looks like, at least, again, based off of what I read in the Canadian news, there appears to be a rise in sort of like teen or younger people pretty much getting into vaping, where I don't know if that's like the best trade-off. Where it seems like we're just replacing tobacco cigarettes with vaping, which I guess is probably better overall. But I still think we should move towards not consuming combustibles into our lungs. But easier said than done. Yeah, it's super tricky. And again, from what I have dug into the research, there doesn't appear to be a lot on it. Where I don't think we really know, what happens if someone is vaping for 5, 10, 15, 20 years. And as you say, like, sure, when it comes to cigarette smoking, at least these days in North America, if you gotta smoke a cigarette, like, unless you're in your own personal home, if you're at work, you gotta go outside. Or, if you're at a restaurant, you gotta go outside. So, like, we have pretty much made tobacco cigarettes inconvenient, at least here in Canada, in my region. And I think that holds true overall in North America. As opposed to, like, vaping, now that they are these, like, small portable things that, like, literally you can hide anywhere, you pretty much can consume anywhere. You pretty much have access to a vape anytime that you want. And that is one of the reasons why they appear to be really attractive to younger people, teenagers, young adults. It's because, it's much easier to hide a vape pen than it is, an entire pack of cigarettes. And also, like, it seems like the cartridges are getting, like, way better, where, like, one cartridge is enough for, like, thousands and thousands of inhalations. So you don't need to go to the store, like, every day or every week. Just, like, one cartridge or a couple of cartridges will last you quite a long time, and it's easily hideable from, let's say, your parents. Oh, and Zeron, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I agree. Well, actually, no. I don't want to stigmatize smokers. You're not a freak if you smoke. It's an unhealthy habit. And yeah, it seems like vaping is just made easier and easier and just way more accessible. Which, again, might be better, or is almost certainly better than tobacco cigarettes. But I don't know how much that holds true if you're just, like, doing it, like, for your entire waking time. From waking up in the morning to going to bed. Yeah, it's just, like, constant vaping. But on the topic of, let's say, actual health or trying to incorporate healthier habits, I think this research is pretty promising, uh, or let's say optimistic. Where, as I sort of mentioned before, and I've covered some of the research before, many people think that you have to exercise a lot, to achieve the benefits, or that you need to do it every single day. Where it's like, yeah, generally speaking, although there's a limit, but generally speaking, the more the better, and the more the better and the better beneficial. But even then, if you just want to achieve, the positive health benefits of exercise, you don't need to pretty much do it day in and day out. And that, there is sort of like a bare minimum that you can kind of achieve or aim for, and still reap a lot of the benefits of exercise. And this study or this research came out fairly recently, where individuals who are the typical weekend warriors, as they say, they exercise on the weekend, so just a couple of days per week, and even then they appear to get some positive health benefits from that, because many people are understandably, they are overwhelmed with work during the week, and they can only really carve out time during the weekend to exercise. That's why they're called the weekend warriors. And so we're seeing even there that there's positive health benefits from just having a low to moderate dose of exercise every once in a while, or just like a couple of times per week dose of exercise. Of achievable, sustainable. Yeah, totally true. Yeah, cigars, they appear to be just as bad as tobacco cigarettes, but it seems like people don't smoke cigars as often. I'm curious, what are the differences in benefits between weightlifting and Okay, so that's an excellent question. So, you can kind of distinguish them between, weightlifting or strength training. That's more, generally speaking, more for muscular development or muscular strength, as opposed to cycling. That is more cardiorespiratory exercise. And so I would say both are important, because let's say to overall focus on health, cultivating your cardiovascular capacity, and cultivating your strength is generally recommended for long-term health. And that's actually that's touched upon in the book that I'm listening to. Again. Yeah, this book right here. Where again, if you want to just focus on your health, or as they say, longevity, then some amount of focus should be put on muscular development and strength, and some amount of focus should be put on your cardiovascular health. And actually, generally speaking, if you were to pick one, I would say, generally speaking, the cardiovascular aspect or development, probably more preferable. You can only pick one, since pretty much, generally speaking, leading causes of death, at least in the developed world, they are generally linked or correlated to, cardiovascular, or let's say poor cardiovascular health. So like ideally both, but if you're again, I understand that not everyone has the time to do all of the exercise and focus on all the things. So if you want to prioritize one in terms of your health, probably cycling is the way to go. It's a good thing then that I spend over half an hour using. Totally. Something is better than nothing, and I think this type of research is a testament to that. Where again, I understand we're all working with a limited amount of time, myself included, and so you got to prioritize the things that are important to you, or let's say hopefully lead to overall better outcomes. So moderate to vigorous physical activity is a familiar and established approach to reducing cardiovascular risk, but it's often believed that the exercise should be spread out across the week rather than concentrated within a couple of days. A challenge to that view comes from an observational study of accelerometer confirmed exercise in almost 90,000 people in their 60s. So, that's something to keep in mind. This is a specific group of people or a specific cohort of people, where it's generally the elderly, people over 60. It suggests among those who exercise at least 2.5 hours per week, similar cardiovascular risk reductions in weekend warriors who focus their workouts on 1 or 2 days per week, and those who spread their weekly exercise over more days. Researchers compared 3 patterns of moderate to vigorous physical activity in their subjects who wore accelerometers on their wrists for 1 week. And so, they were actually, they weren't going entirely by self-report. I believe I have the actual study, not the full study. I think just the abstract. Yeah, this one. So yeah, this is in the Journal of the American Medical Association. So yeah, it's accelerometer-derived weekend warrior physical activity and incident cardiovascular disease. That's pretty much what this article is trying to summarize this study. Where they actually did some measurement of actual activity. They weren't just going by self-report. So active weekend warrior subjects obtained at least 2.5 hours of exercise weekly, with at least half the amount completed over 1 to 2 days. Active regular subjects achieved that exercise level, but not mostly during 1 or 2 days. And those who were inactive fell short of 2.5 hours of exercise during the week. The group used a median exercise threshold of 3 hours, 50 minutes in a separate analysis. The active groups, compared to inactive subjects, achieved similar and significant reductions in risk for incident atrial fibrillation, myocardial infarction, stroke, and heart failure, over a median follow-up of 6.3 years at both weekly exercise thresholds, the group reported. So followed up for, a decent amount of time. Median follow-up of 6.3 years. In between short-term and long-term. The take-home message is that efforts to optimize activity, even if concentrated within just a day or two each week, should be expected to result in improved cardiovascular risk profiles. Lead author Shan Kershid from the Massachusetts General Hospital, Boston, told theheart.org. Yeah, I avoid choosing specific exercise days. Yeah, and that's totally fair. If my muscles get sore, I'll take a day, and that is overall a pretty good strategy. Where, listening to your body, all a good thing. It all makes sense that equal amounts of total exercise should have near equal results. So yeah, intuitively, it makes sense. Okay. But it's always good to have, the actual empirics back up the intuition. Where again, it seems to be sort of like just the time that you exercise. And I'm sure there's some sort of limit of hey, if what they're finding here is hey, 3 hours per week spread out over a couple of days, that seems to be as good as 3 hours spread out over 5 days. Well, then can you do something ultra concentrated, 6 hours every 2 weeks? Probably not. I'm sure there's some sort of dose where one super intense and long exercise session can't really carry you over for the next month or 2 weeks. Some sort of regularity is probably needed, but where that breaking point is or where that threshold is, probably super difficult to tease out. Yeah, the study was published online July 18th in the Journal of the American Medical Association. The research provides novel data on patterns of physical activity accumulation and the risk of developing cardiovascular diseases. Observed Peter Kazamarzik, PhD. He was not involved with the research. Its marked strengths, he noted, include a large sample population and use of accelerometers to measure physical activity levels and patterns. So it's yeah, again, they don't appear to be going by self-report. They're actually putting in effort to actually measure the amount of physical activity. Moreover, Kaczmarzyk said its findings are important for showing that physical activity can be accumulated throughout the week in different ways. which opens up more options for busy people to get their physical activity in. Current guidelines from the World Health Organization and the American Heart Association recommend at least 150 minutes of moderate to vigorous physical activity weekly to lower risk for cardiovascular disease and death, but do not specify an optimal exercise time frame. The UK National Health Service recommends moderate to vigorous physical activity daily or spread evenly over perhaps 4 to 5 days. I mean, that I find the ideas of do long endurance workouts or you won't gain anything absurd. Of course, the data is key. Yeah, the more data, the better. The weekend warrior pattern has been studied previously, but typically relying on self-reported data, which may be biased or in studies too small to look at specific cardiovascular outcomes, Kershid explained. In the UK Biobank database, which this is a popular database, I see occur over and over in studies, which that's not a complaint. We saw the opportunity to leverage the largest sample of measured activity to date to address the question of whether exercise time pattern affects specific major cardiovascular diseases differently, Kershid said. The primary analysis assessed exercise amount in a week based on the guideline recommended threshold of at least 2.5 hours. A 3-hour, 50 minutes threshold was used in a secondary analysis. The group assessed multiple thresholds because optimal, moderate to vigorous physical activity levels derived from wrist-based accelerometers are unclear. The sample consisted of about 90,000 participants, or to be more specific, 89,573 participants with a mean age of 62. Slightly more than half were women, so pretty good gender distribution. Based on the weekly moderate to vigorous physical activity threshold of 2.5 hours, the weekend warrior, active regular, and inactive groups made up 42.2%, 24%, and 33.7% of the population, respectively. So, like, the weekend warrior was the highest proportion of the participants, and then you have the active, which is 24%, and about a third of them were the inactive groups. Compared with the inactive group, the two active groups both showed significant risk reductions for the 4 clinical outcomes to similar degrees. So they're basically comparing, the weekend warrior and those, regular dosed physical activity individuals to, the 1/3 that are essentially inactive. And as they say, it looks like they're coming to overall similar outcomes. The results were similar at the 230-minute weekly exercise threshold for incident atrial fibrillation, myocardial infarction, and heart failure, but not for stroke. Interesting. So yeah, for, overall cardiovascular health, or like for these indicators of cardiovascular health, it looks like there was a positive benefit. But stroke, maybe not so much. The way I understand it, humans have maintained mobile lifestyles from the majority of our existence on the planet, and it's only in the last few thousand years that most of us on the planet settled into sedentary lifestyles. It would have an effect on our physical and mental health. The information in our minds is immediate and ephemeral, but our genetic bodies are, 100%. It's pretty, let's say, strange, or maybe more appropriate to use the term unprecedented, that, we pretty much, if we want to lead healthy lifestyles, we actually have to go out of our way, actually put in effort to be active, right? Or like in this case, if you're a gym goer, okay, you actually, I actually have to pay to be active. I don't actually have to pay. I can just, like, whatever, go run outside. But, to access a wider range of physical activity, I have to pay. Or like some sort of investment, which, I think that's a very new phenomenon. Where, if I can dig up this research, pretty old. But I have research where essentially they looked at, or they tried to calculate, like, hey, you know, when pretty much, in the hunter-gatherer societies, how much calories did they actually burn in their day-to-day life, trying to make assumptions or trying to come to reasonable conclusions about what their day-to-day life looked like. And they were basically burning a lot of calories to pretty day in and day out, just to like be able to sustain themselves, as opposed to now, pretty much just to sustain ourselves cheaply. We don't really need to invest. We need to invest like pretty minimal calories. Yeah. It was this research here, published last year, if I remember correctly, where it's like, yeah, the energetics of uniquely human subsistence strategy, where they pretty much like go over basically, uh, energy expenditure. And it's like, hey, way back in the day, in kind of like our ancestors, like we're just to like be able to live, we had to expend a lot of calories, as opposed to now, just to like live and survive, we really don't have to expend a lot of calories. Which I've covered this research before, but maybe I should go over it again at some point. This is pretty cool. So yeah, based on exercise threshold of greater than 2.5 hours per week, adjusted for age, sex, racial ethnic background, tobacco use, deprivation, alcohol intake, education, employment status, self-reported health, and diet quality. The findings were similarly consistent at the 3 hour, 50 minutes median threshold, although stroke differences were no longer significant. Patients should be encouraged to exercise at recommended levels and should not be discouraged if, for whatever reasons, they are able to focus exercise within only one or a few days of the week, said Kershid. Our findings suggest that it is the volume of activity rather than the pattern that matters most. The report notes several limitations of the study, including the exercise observation period limited to 1 week, and that participants could have modified their behavior during the observation period. Also, the participants were almost all white, so the results may not be generalizable to other populations. Clinicians should familiarize themselves with the full range of recommendations presented in the Physical Activity Guidelines for Americans, 2nd edition, and personalize prescriptions by setting achievable physical activity goals based on age, physical abilities, and activity levels, states an accompanying editorial from Kaczmarzyk and John M. Jakasic, I guess. Although moderate to vigorous physical activity at the recommended level of at least 2.5 hours per week will certainly be beneficial, they write, the public health message should also clearly convey that every minute counts, especially among the 3/4 of US adults who do not achieve that goal. So yeah, again, I think pretty cool. And I think, hopefully, or ideally, motivating to people that pretty much, or motivating to the essentially 3/4 of people in the United States, as they say at the end. Let's see. Yeah, among the 3/4 of U.S. adults who do not achieve that goal, as in like pretty much the exercise guidelines of essentially 150 minutes, I think. Yeah, pretty much 2.5 hours of moderate to vigorous physical activity per week. If you want to reach that goal, then you don't need to like not this day in and day out type of routine. You actually can, let's say, condense it if necessary. Oh, and Davi, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. I hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Where it's like, yeah, I understand, or it's totally understandable. Lots of people are busy, and it's difficult to fit in exercise, every single day, day in and day out. So, I think research like this is hopefully and ideally motivating, where it's like, yeah, you can condense it. You can get by with, 2-3 times per week, You might have to up the exercise time, but you can have some confidence that even though you're condensing it to a couple of days or 2-3 days, you are still gaining virtually all of the positive benefits of exercise, or like that minimum threshold of exercise that is recommended, and that ideally don't beat yourself up if you're not exercising every single day. Just know that you can condense it. I took a human behavioral ecology class a couple years ago. It is curious to me how people learn to source caloric resources in the environment. I feel most modern people have abandoned favor of grocery stores, struggling for 100%. Where I will fully admit that pretty much like most people in the developed world, myself included, I'm exceptionally privileged that I have access to a grocery store and I can pretty much buy food from all over the world at fairly reasonable prices, although they are slowly getting more and more expensive, at least here, depending on the food item. I do like quantum physics, although I have no problem admitting that I'm pretty ignorant on quantum physics. Or rather, my knowledge of quantum physics is pretty limited, as much as I would like to learn more, and probably should learn more. Okay. So yeah, now on to one of the main topics. So before getting into, psychedelics, the other main topic of psychedelics changing your political positions, I want to cover this because, as much as, there's a lot of cool science, and I love covering all of the cool and good science, there is also a not cool or a dark side, scientific research, and fraudulent science, unfortunately, is a thing that I've covered before. And this has been making the rounds recently, and understandably so. Pretty big deal in the research world, where pretty much, as in the headline, Stanford president to step down despite probe exonerating him of research misconduct. University investigation finds data manipulation by others in Mark Tessier-Levine's lab, and says he should have corrected work more decisively. And this person is Canadian. Made Canadian news headlines, where a Canadian-born president of Stanford University resigns over serious flaws in its research. And it does not appear to be just, one serious flaw. It appears to be multiple instances of, pretty poor research conduct, to say the least. Although an investigation released today exonerates him of research misconduct, Stanford University president Mark Tessier-Levine will step down next month after the probe also concluded that at least 4 of his papers, dating back as far as 1999, over 2 decades ago, contained data manipulated by a member of his lab. The probe, commissioned by Stanford's Board of Trustees, says the prominent neuroscientist failed to decisively and forthrightly correct mistakes in the record when concerns arose about his papers. The report further faults him for creating a lab culture that fostered an unusually high rate of data integrity problems. This absolutely no surprise to me, unfortunately. And I don't think this is exactly an outlier. I don't know if it's exactly exception, or the rule, but I would say it is probably way more common than it should be. Ideally, it shouldn't be a thing at all. But I would say this type of lab culture appears to be pretty widespread. My experience. That just might be my experience. The report clearly refutes the allegations of fraud and misconduct that were made against me, including allegations of a cover-up around when he was at the company Genentech, which this is one of the largest, if not like the largest biotech company. Tessier-Levine said in a statement also released today, but the award-winning researcher, whose work ranged from spinal cord development to Alzheimer's disease, also said he would seek retractions or corrections on 5 papers, and acknowledged that the investigatory panel identified some areas where I should have done better. Tessier-Levine added that for the good of the university, and in anticipation of debate about my ability to lead, he would end his university presidency on the 31st of August. Stanford's board said it had accepted his resignation and agrees with him that it is in the university's best interest. Richard Saller, a professor of European Studies, will serve as interim president. Tessier-Levine will remain a faculty member and will continue to run his lab. Elizabeth Bick, a consultant on image manipulation who first flagged some of the problems in his papers, says it was appropriate for Tessier-Levine to step down as Stanford's leader. And yeah, this person is pretty notorious in, let's say, whatever, the research world, or rather, in the world of trying to expose fraudulent or bad research. That it seems like that's pretty much their specialty. I follow them on Twitter, and they're regularly posting pretty much, showing that, hey, like this image that has, or this figure that's been published in this academic peer-reviewed journal, this image is forged or fraudulent, or like there's clearly been some, photoshopping or image manipulation in this figure, which is pretty, it's encouraging that things like this are getting caught, but it's also discouraging that, it's happening to begin with. There were multiple cases of misconduct done under his watch. I feel his role as the president of the leading research university in the US is no longer trustworthy. Some Stanford observers weren't surprised by the resignation. I doubt that anybody is going to be shocked. This has been a cloud hanging over Stanford for quite a while now, and it was pretty clear that it was a serious cloud, says Hank Greeley, a Stanford law professor and bioethics scholar. This is enough exoneration that he can go out with dignity. It's probably better for the university to get a new leader, and I think Mark is certainly smart enough to realize that he's not indispensable. Nobody's indispensable. The developments today nevertheless shook some in the neuroscience community. In my experience, Mark is a person of the highest integrity, intelligence, and generosity, says Corey Bargman, a neurobiologist at Rockefeller University, who describes Tessier-Levine as a longtime friend and colleague. I'm sad that he made the decision to step down from the presidency of Stanford because he was excellent in that role as well. I don't know about that. Tessier-Levine is best known for his work in the 1990s discovering netrins, proteins that guide the growth of nerve cell projections known as axons in the developing spinal cord. His resignation brings an end to an extraordinary 8 months that began in late November 2022 when Stanford's student paper, the Stanford Daily, reported that the EMBO journal, which this is, I believe, the European Molecular Biology something journal, was investigating possible image manipulation in a 2008 paper, and that questions had been raised about 3 other articles on which he was co-authored. The image issues had come to the newspaper's attention via discussion of them on PubPeer, a forum where scientists often anonymously discuss irregularities in papers. Stanford's Board of Trustees announced it was forming a special committee to investigate. Well, welcome, Neodos. And that's not, first of all, it's not the title of my stream. And also, I would say changing your mind versus changing your political positions is different. And also, not everyone that takes a psychedelic actually changes their mind. But I take your point. Concerns about the other 3 papers. If only it were that easy. Or rather, I would never force Wick to take MDMA. And also welcome Bakal. Nice to see you. And also, shout out to Bakal. But yeah, maybe Wick should experiment with MDMA. Again, only on a voluntary basis. I would only want to I would only want someone to change their political position voluntarily. Uh, and I don't, as of right now, I don't want to force Wick to take MDMA. Where was? Oh yeah, concerns about the other 3 papers, one in Cell in 1999 and 2 in Science in 2001. So like pretty, well, these are very high impact journals. Obviously Science, one of the, most highest impact journals in the world, and Cell, it's like pretty much like one of the most respected journals in biology, or like the life sciences overall. And again, this is going back over 2 decades. Had previously come up on Pub here in 2015 when Tessier Levine, then president of Rockefeller, was under consideration for the Stanford presidency. At the time, he submitted corrections to both journals, but Science failed to publish them because of an editorial error, and Cell did not find a correction was needed. After the new publicity about the papers emerged, both journals in December 2022 added expressions of concern and said they were awaiting findings from the Stanford investigation. Tessier Levine responded that he took responsibility for any errors and said, "The integrity of my work is of paramount importance to me, and take any concerns that are expressed very seriously." And pretty much, well, this is being reported in kind of like, the journalism section of Science. So it's actually referring to like, pretty much this organization or this institution here. So pretty much, they're self-reporting kind of like their own failures. A good thing overall. But it'd be nice if they caught it, at the time. Well, hey, we might get to that point. I actually brought up, I don't know, I'm getting like allergies or something. I brought up the hypothetical of like, hey, I brought this up on a panel, or like an open discussion panel a couple weeks ago, of like, hey, if we get to the point of like, we know, or rather we've developed a psychedelic, or refined psychedelic use, that we know how to change someone's political positions, then like, and you give that as a prescription, or like if you can show that it results in a reduction of, let's say, political violence, and you actually prescribe, or could you potentially prescribe psychedelic, if you know, or you're highly confident that it'll move them away or decrease their chances of political violence. In January, the special committee contracted Mark Phillip, a former federal judge, and his law firm Kirkland & Ellis, lead the probe with a panel of 5 prominent scientists as advisors. They were Hollis Klein of Scripps Research, not going to attempt to pronounce that, of Duke University, Stephen Hyman, Emeritus Provost at Harvard University, Randy Sheckman of the University of California, Berkeley, and Shirley Tilghman, former president of Princeton University. So, I guess pretty highly respected individuals from highly respected institutions. The review grew to include 12 papers on which Tessier Levine was either a corresponding author or a middle author. Tessier Levine's position became more precarious a month later when the Stanford Daily reported that while he was an executive vice president at Genentech's research arm, the company found scientific fraud in a high-profile 2009 Nature paper. It had reported an unexpected role for a protein in causing the neurodegeneration of Alzheimer's, and I believe I covered that well. It's pretty much how, going back decades, some foundational, or what at the time was thought of as foundational, groundbreaking research about Alzheimer's, turned out to be fraudulent. And kind of like, that many researchers down pretty much a false path or a false avenue of research. Yeah. The Stanford Daily reported, based on interviews with several former Genentech employees, that Tessier-Levine suppressed the misconduct findings and refused to retract the paper. The Stanford president called the paper's reporting replete with falsehoods and the allegations breathtakingly outrageous. He also noted he later published papers revising the findings and said that this was part of the normal process of science. I mean, I guess technically not wrong, but I would say probably should not be part of the normal process of science. Well, prescriptions and such are typically reactive, not proactive. Yeah, but maybe they should be proactive. And even then, I would maybe question that because like we prescribe things like statins, of like someone has whatever high blood pressure or high cholesterol, which we know are, let's say, risk factors for certain cardiovascular diseases, heart disease, etc. Then we do typically prescribe things to hopefully reduce their chances of cardiovascular disease. But I do take your point, and I do agree that generally speaking, medicine is too reactive, and not enough proactive, or not enough focus on prevention. And that actually is, so this book, which I'm about 1/3 of the way through, it touches upon that, of like, hey, need to start rethinking medicine to be more proactive or more focused on prevention. Yeah. So the British fought 2 wars with China over control of the opium trade and to maintain colonial hegemony. The important question is, how do politics change? That is a good question. Because, like, well, yeah, as you correctly, these two are kind of inherently linked, or very closely linked. So that is an absolutely good question. Let's see. In April, Genentech released its own investigation, noting that although its scientists at the time could not replicate the Nature paper's findings, the company found no evidence its officials had looked into possible misconduct in the work. But the company also pointed to a problem with other research from Tessier-Levine's lab. A year earlier, it had dismissed a postdoc in his lab for research misconduct on a different manuscript that was withdrawn before publication. So, it seems like there appears to be at least some sort of pattern of maybe not like misconduct, but pretty sketchy practices or like sketchy activity coming out of this research lab. Today, the Stanford Board Special Committee released the law firms and scientific panel's findings, which are based on more than 50,000 documents, over 50 interviews, and input from forensic science experts. Its report finds that for 7 papers on which Tessier-Levine was a middle or secondary author, he bears no responsibility for any data manipulation. Primary authors have taken responsibility and in many cases are issuing corrections. But the 22-page report, plus a cover letter and lengthy appendix on the altered images, found serious flaws in all 5 papers on which Tessier-Levine is corresponding or senior author. So it looks like these are the papers in question. The 1999 Cell paper, so 2 2001 Science papers, 2004 Nature paper, and the 2009 Nature paper from Genentech. So, like, these are all pretty much super high impact journals. Nature, Science, Cell. These are pretty much up there in terms of like the most prominent, well-respected journals in the sciences. And these papers got past peer review. And it might also highlight some of the flaws in the peer review system. In 4 of these studies, the investigation found apparent manipulation of research data by others. For example, in one case, a single blot from the 2009 Cell paper was used in 3 different experiments, and a blot from that paper was reused in one of the 2001 Science papers. So pretty much image duplication. Where, this is probably way more common than is reported. They're probably like this type of image manipulation almost certainly underreported. It's very difficult to catch. So, yeah, I don't want to cover the peer review process now. There's serious flaws in the peer review process. I have kind of highlighted before. The 2004 Nature paper also contains manipulated images, the report found. Although the report says the allegations of fraud and a cover-up at Genentech involving the 2009 Nature paper were mistaken, people likely conflated the fraudulent paper a year earlier and Genentech scientists' problems replicating the work, it suggests. That paper showed a lack of rigor that falls below standards. The report finds that overall, Tessier-Levine did not have actual knowledge of any manipulation of research data, and was not reckless in failing to identify the problems in the papers. Yet, it concludes that he did not respond adequately when concerns were raised about the papers on PubPeer or by a colleague at 4 different points for 2 decades. Most recently, in March 2021, for example, it chides him for failing to follow up when Science did not publish the corrections he submitted. The report also faults Tessier-Levine for his suboptimal decision not to correct or retract the 2009 Nature paper, despite vigorous discussions about what to do. Instead, he and colleagues published follow-up papers revising the finding. Without an appropriate appetite for corrections, the often claimed self-correcting nature of the scientific process will not occur, the report says. Right, so it seems like, instead of retracting a paper, it seems like he just published more papers, basically issuing a correction through publication, which is like that, that's kind of cheating the system, sort of. Because pretty much, every researcher, or like the vast majority of researchers, their success is measured by publication. You're almost, whether intentionally or not, you're almost, basically, artificially inflating your publication record. You published kind of like, fraudulent or like shady findings. And then to address like your shady findings, well, I'll just publish more. Of like, hey, yeah, my original paper, not so good. Here's a follow-up paper that is now published, as part of a correction of my past research. You're arguably kind of like intentionally making mistakes. And then in the process of correcting your mistakes, you're publishing more, but that just inflates your publication record. But that makes you appear more successful, at least on paper. Sorry, I was just joking. I have a friend who took just 1/4 of a 75 microgram dose. He didn't have visualization, but he had his senses augmented for hours, and the next day after a few weeks. There's nothing to apologize for. I totally, understood that you were almost certainly joking. So nothing to apologize for. And yeah, it seems like, as far as I can tell, I have no first-hand experience with psychedelics. But I'm very curious of people's experience, or people's first-hand experiences with psychedelics, because it seems like so varied. Yeah, so the investigation laid some of the blame for the unusual frequency of manipulation of research data and or substandard scientific practices on the culture of Tessier-Levine's labs. Although several former postdocs spoke positively of Tessier-Levine's mentoring, some interviewees described a culture that rewarded winners, postdocs who produced favorable results, and marginalized losers. The report found no evidence that Tessier-Levine had been in favor of this dynamic, but suggested there were missed opportunities to improve laboratory oversight and management. This speaks, or rather, to me, this says a lot. And again, this is way more common than it should be, or rather, this is largely, I would say, underreported. Even though I don't think it should happen at all. But again, none of this surprises me, where, it is a common tactic for many researchers who run a lab to pretty much foster an environment of competition, where it's like, I know of labs that are run like this, of like, hey, they'll assign a grad student to, a particular research question. And then they'll assign another grad student pretty much the exact same research question, turn it into a competition. You're no longer collaborators, even though you're in the same lab, working for the same person. And you're ultimately endeavoring to whatever, to pursue scientific research. But pretty much you're being pitted against another graduate student. What should be a colleague is turned into a competitor. Because that is one of the strategies that's unfortunately employed by some research directors that run labs as a way to foster productivity, or in the name of productivity, of hey, I'll just put students into a competition. And then let's as they say here, if you win the competition, as in you're the quickest one, get positive results, well, you're the winner. And if you don't, you're the loser. And no surprise, if you turn it into a competition, and whoever crosses the finish line first, or whoever looks like they cross the finish line first, wins, well, no surprise, sometimes or very often corners will be cut, or not the most rigorous research will be conducted, because instead of promoting rigorous and repeatable scientific findings, you're promoting and cultivating of hey, whoever's the first to cross the finish line, you're the winner. You're the one that's going to get the reward. Because it actually takes time. It takes time and rigor to actually answer a scientific question. And part of science is reproducibility. And it takes time to reproduce. It takes time to be rigorous. But if you turn it into a competition, well, time will invariably, very often, get sacrificed. And I think you see that play out here. And again, this is all too common, and this is one of the things that kind of turns me away from how science is currently practiced, because it's marketed as a search for truth, and it's marketed as a collaborative effort, but actually how it works is ultimately a competition. A competition for publishing, or a competition for funding, or for money, etc. It's not a good thing to turn into a competition. Some people might have the ability to make great discovery, but not. Yeah, I 1000% agree with you. And actually, one. Where, again, it's way more common than it should be. And it this type of competition, or this high pressure environment, very often leads to situations like this, actual sabotage. Because hey, you turn it into a competition, well then, you sometimes can cultivate a culture of cheaters, and actual sabotage, of hey, if you're working in the same lab, and on paper you're supposed to be colleagues, okay, pursuing the same thing, but since it's turned to a competition, well, okay, if you want to compete, well, just as we see in actual sports competition, there are actual cheaters, probably way too many cheaters. Well, it will also happen here in a research setting or in a scientific setting, of hey, if I'm competing against you and I have an opportunity to cheat, well, it turns out many people will take that opportunity to cheat. where it's like, yeah, this person destroyed the experiments of a colleague in order to get ahead. And I remember reading the story, and there have been multiple instances of this reported, where, like, again, this is likely something that is heavily underreported, because, like, no surprise, uh, no one's following, no one's collecting data about research sabotage. But, like, yeah, as it says here, it actually took a hidden camera because, like, this person, I was like, why is this failing? And, like, through multiple rounds of, like, troubleshooting of, like, hey, this shouldn't fail, or it's like there's no reason why this should fail, and it was failing over and over. So, like, they literally set up hidden cameras, and they saw their colleague, as highlighted in the title of the article, sabotaging their experiment. And that's why, a culture like this, a culture that rewards winners, and marginalizes losers is so toxic. At every level. Food for thought. Peer reviews have flaws because the peers are humans. Criticism of the process is a good thing, but peer review may be the least of science's problems in a world where political systems utilize science to design weapon systems, accommodate economic disparity, or to perpetuate institutional racism. 100%. And sexism, like science, has already done in the last 200 years. Institutionalized science has yet to be fully decolonized. I agree with you wholeheartedly. So I've spoken about this before, and I've been on a discussion panel about it. But maybe as a preview for future content. But this was published fairly recently, actually I think just in the past week, about replacing academic journals. More and more flaws of the peer review and publishing system are getting highlighted, and so there appears to be an ever-increasing call to reform either how science is published or how the peer review process is done, or both, where it's like, yeah, replacing traditional journals. I'm not covering this today, but probably tomorrow or sometime this week. Beastie Boys, Sabotage, fantastic song. It's definitely a regular workout song that I have in my playlist. Yeah, and it is sad. And actually, one of the even more sad stories of sabotage, of graduate student sabotage. There was this incident of an actual graduate student being poisoned, like literally poisoned, by their supposed colleague, for a variety of reasons. Where, like, if I remember correctly, they were chemists, and, like, they were literally poisoning their colleague's coffee with, like, chemicals from the lab. Again, as a way to, like, get ahead, or as a way to, pretty much stifle the competition. And that was a pretty noteworthy case published at the time. But to be fair, the scientists set up hidden cameras did collect data on the sabotage and was able to prove it. So science, totally, you're not wrong, since you are correct. Hidden cameras, that is basically about as direct data collection as you can get. But yeah, maybe I should cover the story in full in a future stream. But it took a long time for the person to say to themselves, like, hey, I gotta start collecting data about this. And, like, yeah, I think you would probably even agree. It probably shouldn't get to that point where someone has to collect, they're collecting data about their own data collection, right? If you look at how most consumer products work, I mean, because companies build products with planned obsolescence, why wouldn't that also apply to the scientific and medical industry? People seem to deny this because they think or hope no one would be that evil as to withhold scientific knowledge and to withhold better solutions. So, like, I take your point, and, I generally I do believe, let's say when it comes to, as you say, consumer products, planned obsolescence like appears to be a thing. I think there have been enough things exposed about some companies and company practices that I don't know if it's like truly planned. But let's just say like yeah, they have some sort of idea of like, hey, how do we promote or get people to abandon our past products? The sort of I guess what the most noteworthy is like Apple and like the draining of their iPhone batteries, etc., etc. And so like yeah, I have no doubt that there's some sort of uh, planned obsolescence when it comes to consumer products. Um, and I can believe that there might be something to that in the scientific or medical industry. But I would need a more specific example. But I think on the whole, at least when it comes to foundational research, uh, like generally speaking, research in a university setting, I can at least say with confidence that there does not appear to be any sort of uh, planned obsolescence. Like, yeah, I can talk about, toxic lab cultures, and I can talk about, scientific competition, which I'm doing now. But the planned obsolescence doesn't appear to be a thing, at least when it comes to foundational research. And I've done some research at private companies, or rather at one specific private company. Uh, so my experience is limited, but I have some experience when it comes to research practices, private companies, and there doesn't seem to be, at least so far, like yeah, a huge issue with planned obsolescence. But it probably exists at some level. I would just need like a specific case that you have in mind. That should be the peer review process, but peers are people that don't like being. Yeah, that's totally fair. And we might get to a place where peer review is done by AI or maybe some AI assisted peer review. And actually, that's another stream that I'm preparing for. Not about AI and peer review, but also how there's now a lot of stories coming out or a lot of research coming out about AI and biochemistry, is my field, and also AI in medicine, etc., etc. There's actually a lot of, and I'm also being sent some research by other content creators that I'm going to cover. Because a lot of it's pretty cool. And yeah, pretty much I'm preparing to cover really soon. So supporters of the Stanford president say they are nonetheless dismayed. By his resignation. I think it's just not fair to Mark Tessier-Levine. I think it's fair, at least based off of what's outlined here, which is basically at the very least like shady practices, for that that were published in really high impact, highly respected scientific journals, and like presumably having a culture, a toxic research culture. I think, in my opinion, for whatever it's worth, I think that's fair. That they should resign. Uh, so yeah, says Nicholas Hertz, co-founder and chief science officer of San Francisco-based startup uh, Mitokainen, and a former postdoc in Tessier-Levine's lab at Rockefeller. Based on all the work that he's done and all the findings he's made in his career, I don't think that he should have been subjected to this kind of level of pressure to step down from his post. I disagree. Although Hertz acknowledges that Tessier-Levine's lab atmosphere could be competitive, he says that that is a very normal part of lab culture anywhere, particularly in high-profile groups, which speaks to my point that I said earlier of like, this is normalized, but that shouldn't be normalized. Pretty much just like, well, that's just how it is. That's the reality. Like, sure, that might be true, but that's not how it should be. Pretty much from all the feedback that I get, at least from the people around me that I'm in contact with that are doing research, like, nobody likes this type of culture. It's almost going to the extreme. It's almost like saying whatever racism exists whatever it happens. So just like deal with it, and we should take no steps to reduce that or minimize that. It was one of the most scientifically rigorous research groups he's ever worked in, he adds. Despite the findings of data manipulation, the report does not assign responsibility to any specific members of Tessier-Levine's lab or determine whether the data manipulation fit the federal definition of research misconduct. Fabrication, falsification, fabrication, or plagiarism, whether the findings should be reported to the Federal Office of Research Integrity will be up to Stanford, Phillips says. The report says Tessier-Levine should not have been expected to catch all the data manipulation before publication, although lab heads typically are considered responsible for what those under them produce. In his statement and a linked document, Tessier-Levine said the review revealed new information indicating that a specific scientist engaged in serious data manipulation in the 1999 Cell paper and the two 2001 papers. He also points to data manipulation by another individual in the 2004 Nature paper. So, like, pretty much, I would say, in my opinion, not really taking responsibility, where, like, this person is literally in charge of the lab. They are the boss. They are the one managing. They're the one ultimately calling the shots. And yet they're pretty much like, they're not being assigned responsibility for this actual data manipulation. Like, yes, as they say, the actual manipulation appears to have been carried out by, specific individuals, not Tessier-Levine, but still essentially under his watch. And I think, in most other contexts, people hold managers accountable, or like whatever, generals of an army accountable for like the calls and the shots that they make. But like in this case, there appears to be a disconnect. It's kind of like, oh yeah, it happened under the lab and research that I was managing, but I'm not responsible for this data manipulation. Bick, who spoke with the investigatory panel, says the probe was done very thoroughly and calls Tessier-Levine's decision to retract or correct the papers reasonable. But she disagrees with the report's finding that Tessier-Levine should not be blamed for not catching the data problems in his papers. Those are early career scientists, and as a principal investigator, your role is to supervise and mentor and oversee the integrity of the data in those labs. So I feel he is responsible for those results. And this in line with my thought process. I don't have a perfect understanding of how this individual ran their lab and managed their lab, but I have a pretty good idea of how, at least most research labs are run, at least in the life sciences, biology, biochemistry, chemistry, where like, yeah, you typically, data is presented to the person managing the lab, the person in charge of the lab. And then like, they're the one calling the shots of like, hey, we're going to publish this, pretty much giving the final seal of approval of like, hey, this is good data. This is publishable data. This is pretty much what we're going to include in the manuscript, and, what journal we're going to submit to, and like, how to write it. And so it's like, yeah, if presumably you are the one giving the final seal of approval of, which figures, which data are being included in the published findings, well then, like, yeah, I would say you are responsible for what gets published. I can tell you, second, for my own published research, every single figure here, like, I know was seen by my boss, or like the manager of the lab, or the person in charge of the lab at the time. And they're the ones that gave the final seal of approval of like, hey, this makes sense, this is good data, this is a good figure, etc., etc. That is generally how it works. in most research labs. Bick, Thorpe, and others suggest the episode raises questions about whether scientists can properly oversee large active labs when they also have major administrative positions. Bick further questions whether Tessier Levine should still be leading a lab given the past problems. But molecular biologist Keith Yamamoto of UC San Francisco, who has held many leadership positions at UC San Francisco and elsewhere, including as current president of AAAS Sciences Publisher, says active researchers make better academic leaders. We would be weakened immeasurably if our research administrators had no experience in research, or if all who agreed to help administer our enterprise were required to terminate their own research, Yamamoto says. For his part, Tessier Levine says he will be further tightening controls in his current lab at Stanford, for example by matching process images with raw data. I will vigorously apply this and other best practices to ensure that these kind of problems do not recur, he wrote. Yeah, he actually makes these changes. Great. But maybe too little. But also, I guess maybe better late ever. But I would say, it seems like they're probably towards the tail end of their career. Since, some of the research literally goes back, over 2 decades. And so, just to wrap up this, this is their resignation letter, or like the message to the Stanford community. So this is Tessier Levine's, basically, letter of resignation. You joke. Wouldn't surprise me. So, dear, and this was published, just a few days ago. As you know, last December, a special committee of the university's Board of Trustees initiated a review of allegations of misconduct related to my scientific research and papers that I authored or co-authored. I have consistently denied any allegations, including those based on anonymous... thank you so much for the follow, Neodose. Much appreciated. Happy to have you here. Including those based on anonymous and unsubstantiated sources, that I engaged in fraud or any other unethical conduct related to my research and papers. The findings on the issue of research misconduct. Today, after a comprehensive and months-long review process that included input from an independent scientific panel, the special committee has issued a report detailing its conclusions. I am gratified that the panel concluded I did not engage in any fraud or falsification of scientific data. Specifically, the panel did not find that I engaged in research misconduct regarding the 12 papers reviewed, nor did it find I had knowledge of or was reckless regarding research misconduct in my lab, which, So, there's a little bit, at least in my opinion, a little bit of a conflict of interest, or maybe a lot of conflict of interest, because this was an internal investigation. This was Stanford investigating a Stanford researcher, and Stanford is pretty much up there in terms of prestige. I think it's pretty much one of, as highlighted here, leading producers of Fulbright scholars, Marshall scholars. They're pretty much up there with, Harvard and all the other Ivy League, etc. And I think, pretty much, in many respects, it has overtaken, Harvard, Princeton, and is, generally regarded, or, arguably regarded as, the best university in the United States, if not one of the best in the world. And, Stanford is investigating a Stanford researcher. And, at least to me, surprise, surprise, the internal Stanford investigation didn't find that their Stanford researcher engaged in fraud. Or, they didn't put the label of research misconduct on them. It's hey, what you did wasn't good. There was bad research published, but you're essentially, exonerated. Like, yeah, you gotta resign as president. But like pretty much after that, there doesn't appear to be, as far as I can tell, any real penalty. Like pretty much the story stops here. Like, yeah, we did our internal investigation. Pretty much, the police investigating the police. And turns out, they're not really fully being held accountable for what occurred under their watch. Like, yeah, as they say here, I am gratified that the panel concluded I do not engage in any fraud or falsification of scientific data. Which again, this is a Stanford panel, an internal Stanford panel. As I have emphatically stated, I have never submitted a scientific paper without firmly believing that the data were correct and accurately presented. Today's report supports that statement. Sure. But stepping down as president, although the report clearly refutes the allegations of fraud and misconduct that were made against me, for the good of the university, I have made the decision to step down as president effective August 31st. The panel's report identified some areas where I should have done better, and I accept the report's conclusions. Specifically, the report discusses steps I took to address issues that arose with some publications. I agree that in some instances I should have been more diligent when seeking corrections. I regret that I was not. The panel's review also identified instances of manipulation of research data by others in my lab. Although I was unaware of these issues, I want to be clear that I take responsibility for the work of my lab members. I expect there may be ongoing discussion about the report and its conclusions, at least in the near term, which could lead to a debate about my ability to lead the university to the new academic year. Stanford is greater than any one of us. It needs a president whose leadership is not hampered by such discussions. I therefore concluded that I should step down before the start of classes. This decision is rooted in my respect for the university and its community, and my unwavering commitment to doing what I believe is in the best interests of Stanford. Which, I don't know for sure, but I'm reasonably sure that, there was some sort of like internal pressure from other people in Stanford saying, hey, you should probably resign. I don't know that this is a fully, for the greater good decision. Leadership transition and ongoing role as Stanford faculty member. I communicated my decision to the Board of Trustees, and they accepted my view that a leadership transition in time for the start of the next school year is the best course of action. I am confident the board will appoint a superb leader as the next president of our beloved institution. While I will be stepping down as president, I will remain on the Stanford faculty and look forward to continuing to conduct my scientific research on brain development and neurodegeneration under the auspices of one of the world's preeminent educational institutions. Assessment and actions regarding research papers and in the 32 years I have headed a research laboratory, I have published 74 papers, of which I am a principal author, and over 150, of which I am a non-principal author. Of the 12 papers that were part of the special committee's review, 7 are ones of which I am a non-principal author, and where the images in question were generated in the principal author's lab. With respect to those papers, the panel's conclusions support that I did not have knowledge of any errors or manipulation of research data. So, okay. So pretty much, they are arguably fully responsible for 74 papers, and basically 7 of the 74 are kind of like, pretty much flagged as like, hey, this occurred under your watch. So basically about 10% of the research is flagged as sketchy. I would say that's, pretty high percentage of like research misconduct. I'm not sure in many other, I understand this is not like the fully highest of stakes when it comes to this type of research. But, I don't think we would take like a 10% error rate when it comes to, whatever, the practice of medicine. Of like, yeah, I'm a surgeon, and 10% of my surgeries are botched. I don't think many people would accept that. And yeah, I understand this is not medicine or surgery. I think 10% of your research being published, flagged as, sketchy, or like, misconduct, is a pretty high rate. So the remaining 5 papers are ones of which I am a principal author. In a separate document available on my website, I provide information on the panel's conclusions and corrective actions I believe is necessary for me to take with respect to these 5 papers. But I want to briefly touch on 2 points. First, 4 of the 5 papers are ones that I have known for some time have issues. While I took steps in the past to address these issues, I agree with the panel that in some cases those steps were insufficient. Second, with respect to 3 of those 4 papers, which are more than 2 decades old, new information from the Special Committee's review has revealed that the person responsible for the issues engaged in manipulation of research data, that trio of papers. Evidence of manipulation of research data by another individual in one figure in a 5th paper published 2 decades ago has also recently come to light. The panel concluded I had no knowledge of the data manipulation before any of these papers were published, or indeed, until recently, that it would not have been reasonable to expect me to have detected it at the time. With the knowledge I have now, it is clear that the issues with these 5 papers require me to retract the trio of papers and correct the other 2. These findings have also caused me to further reassess the processes and controls I have in place. While I continually maintain a critical eye on all the science in my lab, I have also always operated my lab on trust in my students and postdocs, and trust that the data they were presenting to me was real and accurate. Going forward, I'll be further tightening controls, including, for example, more systematically matching processed images to original raw data, both in the course of each scientific study and especially when bringing a study to publication. I will vigorously apply this and other best practices to ensure that these kinds of problems do not recur. So it's like they're tightening controls, but at least so far, no mention of changing the culture of the research lab. As highlighted in the other article, there was this culture of competition and winners and losers. So far, not addressing that, which I think is a huge issue. Yeah, exactly. So they're pretty much, it's like, yeah, well, so far what they said is like, yeah, I'm gonna take a closer look, at stuff, but so far, again, not looking at changing the culture. It seems like, again, they still want to go with this winners versus losers type of culture, and it seems like that's where it stops, because it's wrapping up with a thank you. So I've been in this role for nearly 7 years, and it has been the greatest honor and most fulfilling experience of my career. I will always cherish my time as Stanford's president, and I am proud of what we accomplished together during my tenure. I am especially proud of our partnership to develop a long-range vision for Stanford as a purposeful university, focused on education, knowledge, solutions, and sustainability, and on supporting a diverse and inclusive community. From this flowed, among other things, the new Stanford Doerr School of Sustainability, a new undergraduate curriculum focused on citizenship, robust expansion of our financial aid programs, creation of impact accelerators for medicine, education, social problems, and sustainability, establishment of institutes to help shape the digital future, and foundational support for our scholars in all fields to remain at the cutting edge of their discipline. The vision has inspired our broader community, triggering more philanthropic support in the past few years than was raised in our last major campaign. I look forward to seeing how our community continues to pursue excellence in these areas and others in coming years. There is so much for which I am grateful, and I have many to thank. I first want to thank the Board of Trustees for giving me the extraordinary opportunity to lead Stanford, and for the diligence and professionalism with which the scientific panel, the special committee, and the special committees outside legal counsel conducted the review. So again, this was an internal Stanford review panel, or as they say, a special committee. And I would say, again, no surprise. They're being pretty light-handed in their approach. They flagged a bunch of issues, but again, no real penalty is placed on Mark Tessier-Levine, which again, no surprise. In my opinion, there's a pretty clear conflict of interest of Stanford investigating a Stanford researcher. I also want to extend a heartfelt thank you to Provo Drell and the entire Stanford leadership team for their partnership and support these last 7 years, which have been marked by so many accomplishments. Most of all, I want to thank the entire Stanford community for your brilliance, dedication, and the wonderful contributions you each have made to this institution as students, professors, staff members, and more. I am confident that Stanford will continue to be a pioneer and a force for good in the world, and I remain eternally grateful and devoted to the institution that we all love. I look forward to continuing my relationship with all of you and those who become part of the Stanford community in the future. Well, yeah, none of this surprises me. And I definitely have kind of closer to home stories about how internal university investigations are pretty silly. I can say at my own institution, in a completely different department. This was in the Department of Psychology, where this particular researcher, they were flagged for basically sexual misconduct, kind of having, well, pretty much sexual misconduct with their students, like actual students. They are supervising, and they're supposed to be mentoring. And like, no surprise, that internal investigation was pretty light-handed. And basically, this researcher, no real penalty. They were kind of like forced into early retirement. And that's essentially it. And I've actually followed up with them, and they have since come out of retirement, but they're affiliated with another institution overseas. And maybe I'll actually cover that story on a future stream. And welcome back, Discount Seth Rogen. Thank you so much. But like, yeah, I'm glad that this was brought to light, but it also just highlights, I think, other issues with, kind of like, whatever, institutions or, trust in institutions. Where again, I don't think Stanford should be investigating itself, ideally. But on to the other main topic of the stream, psychedelics, political views, or social political views. I highlighted this earlier, or rather I spoke about this a couple of streams ago. I actually went through this entire article, where it's an interesting story, at least in my mind, an interesting story. Where, like, so this is in biological psychiatry. This is just, kind of like a letter to the editor. So, it's not like a full peer-reviewed scientific study. This is basically just like a very casual case study, where specifically these researchers, which I think they're at the end, yeah. This group of researchers, okay, their original goal was to carry out research on MDMA, also known as ecstasy, or like they wanted to carry out this larger study about MDMA. And so they were recruiting a number of patients, and this study, it was supposed to be a placebo-controlled trial, looking at other things. I think, if I remember correctly, they were supposed to be looking at, I think MDMA's effects on, like, sensory perception or something. As in, they were not intentionally looking at, political views or socio-political views. Like, the actual original intention of the larger study was to look at something totally different. But as they were carrying out this larger study, and they were recruiting and tracking a bunch of patients, this particular patient in a larger group of patients, or I guess I should say participants. They weren't actually being treated per se. But this particular participant in a much larger group of participants, like, really stood out. And it's highlighted here in this story, I think published about a month ago, or a little over a month ago, where like pretty much, it seems like this person literally went from like, uh, to like a high level position in like some white supremacist group. And then as a result of them participating in this study about MDMA, and in taking MDMA, but at the time they didn't know that they had taken MDMA, because it was supposed to be a double-blind study, as in some people get placebo and some people get the the active drug. But like at the time, even though like, can you actually truly have a double-blind study when it comes to psychedelics? Arguably not. But like on paper, the participants were not supposed to know whether they were getting MDMA or placebo. But turns out, okay, they didn't know it at the time, but they did get actual MDMA, and it seemed to result in like this kind of like really transformation of kind of like how they saw the world, and then as a result of that, reevaluating their political positions or social positions. So, how a dose of MDMA transformed a white supremacist. Brendan was once a leader in the US white nationalist movement. When he took the drug MDMA in a scientific study, it would radically change his extremist beliefs, to the surprise of everyone involved. Rachel Newer investigates what happened. In February 2020, Harriet DeWitt, a professor of psychiatry and behavioral science at the University of Chicago, was running an experiment on whether the drug MDMA increased the pleasantness of social touch in healthy volunteers. Right. And there would be one of the signatures of this correspondence. So Harriet DeWitt right there. So they were part of like this larger research team. The day was proceeding like any other Tuesday when Mike Bremer, DeWitt's research assistant, appeared at her office door with a concerned look on his face. The latest participant in the double-blind trial, a man named Brendan, had filled out a standard questionnaire at the end. Strangely, at the very bottom of the form, Brendan had written in bold letters, "This experience has helped me sort out a debilitating personal issue. Google my name. I now know what I need to do." So it's like, yeah, no surprise. At the end of the trial, there's basically kind of, it looks like there was like this exit questionnaire. Probably like standard procedure. So I'm curious, why, like, I know you're probably not using propaganda in a literal sense. Like, are you just saying that because it's published in like a more mainstream news outlet? Because like, yeah, I can go back to this original article here, because it pretty much stems from this biological psychiatry, where it's like this is just researchers talking to a group of researchers. Okay, this is where it started. And like, I think it's fair to say that, not many people, or like a very select few people, are looking at biological psychiatry. Well, yeah, I mean, no one is saying that it's not conjecture. Like, yeah, this is a case, it's not a formal case study. It's mostly just highlighting some an unintended effect of what originally started off as a formal study. So I don't know, like, yeah, like, I don't think it's clearly, in my mind, it's clearly not propaganda. They're just like highlighting something, which happens, fairly frequently in scientific research, of like, hey, we originally wanted to look at this, and yet this this stood out as an outlier. Even then, sensationalism. Again, I don't know how you can put it as sensationalism when it was originally published, or like, it started off as a publication, biological psychiatry. It's literally just researchers talking to other researchers. But I think I understand what you mean. But it sounds like you're pretty much, again, this might just be my perception, but it seems like you're pushing back against reporting something that stands out from research. Like, they're highlighting this because this was unintended. This is just something that stood out, like what was supposed to be, like, on paper, just kind of like a simple research on MDMA. Yeah, so like this was their original intention, or like their original research question on whether the drug MDMA increased the pleasantness of social touch in healthy volunteers. The day was proceeding like any other Tuesday when, oh yeah, I already read that. So seeing this cryptic message, both Bremer and DeWitt were worried. We really have to look into this, DeWitt said. They Googled Brendan's name, and up popped a disturbing revelation. Until just a couple of months before, Brendan had been the leader of the US Midwest faction of Identity Europa, a notorious white nationalist group rebranded in 2019 as the American Identity Movement. 2 months earlier, activists at Chicago Anti-Fascist Action had exposed Brendan's identity, and he had lost his job. DeWitt was now very worried. She'd just given a drug to a disgraced white supremacist, realized, and had apparently inspired him to do who knows what out in the world. Go ask him what he means by "I now know what I need to do," she instructed Bremer. If it's a matter of him picking up an automatic rifle or something, we have to intervene. So yeah, they were just going by, at least again, based off of what's written here and their accounting. I guess it's possible that this is all fabricated, or they're lying. But essentially, based off of this cryptic message and how they kind of like sign off, of like, hey, pretty much, they left a message. By me participating in this study, I reevaluated some things, and now I know what I need to do. So yeah, that's pretty cryptic, and that can be read in multiple different ways, from neutral to positive to negative. A murderous spree turned out to be the opposite of what Brendan had in mind. As he clarified to Bremer, love is what he had just realized he had to do. Love is the most important thing, he told the baffled research assistant. Nothing matters without love. Let's keep in mind MDMA is legal under US federal law, classified as, the whole silly scheduling system. Classified as a non-medicinal psychoactive compound, there is some modern impetus to illustrate a variety of potential medicinal applications for MDMA, especially among war veterans with disabilities and US Veterans Administration. Yeah, totally fair to keep in mind. When DeWitt recounted this story to me nearly 2 years after the fact, he still could hardly believe it. Isn't that amazing, she said. It's what everyone says about this damn drug, that it makes people feel love. To think that a drug could change somebody's beliefs and thoughts without any expectations, it's mind-boggling. Over the past few years, I've been investigating the scientific research and medical potential of MDMA for a book called I Feel Love, MDMA and the Quest for Connection in a Fractured World. I learned how this once vilified drug is now re-emerging as a therapeutic agent, a role it previously played in the 1970s and 1980s, prior to its criminalization. If this comes to pass, MDMA and other psychedelics-assisted therapy could transform the field of mental health through widespread clinical use in the US and beyond. for addressing trauma and possibly other conditions as well, including substance use disorders, depression, and eating disorders. But could MDMA transform people's beliefs too? MDMA does not seem to be able to magically rid people of prejudice, bigotry, or hate on its own. But some researchers have begun to wonder if it could be an effective tool for pushing people who are already somehow primed to reconsider their ideology toward a new way of seeing things. So it's like, yeah. So there have been multiple studies, or quite a decent amount of research published about MDMA that I've actually covered on stream that are available in my VODs on YouTube. But I've covered this research, MDMA, depression. I also think MDMA and alcohol use. Where is it? Yes. MDMA assisted psychotherapy for anxiety. And also like this one specifically, come back to this pretty regularly, of like for severe PTSD. And so it's like, in a controlled set, or rather in a semi-controlled setting, in a research setting, people are being administered MDMA. And yet, we don't seem to get this effect regularly, at least so far. Like, who knows? Maybe people are changing their social political positions, but they're just not coming out with it. But at least as far as we can tell, we're not having this effect on like how they see the world, or the lens through which they see the world. And so it begs the question of like, if in fact this is true, okay, if in fact, this particular case here is actually true, well then what's going on here? Or like, why is it not more widespread? Why are not more people, as a result of their experience with MDMA, why are they not, reevaluating their political or social positions? So, there, as they sort of say here, or they allude to here, you might need to be in a particular state of mind, or you might need to be open already before you take the drugs, before you take MDMA, to reevaluating your social political positions. Where it's like, yeah, somehow primed to reconsider their ideology. So like, yeah, if you're not primed, maybe this effect won't happen to you. While MDMA cannot fix societal level drivers of prejudice and disconnection, on an individual basis, it can make a difference. In certain cases, the drug may even be able to help people see through the fog of discrimination and fear that divides so many of us. When DeWitt told me the story about Brendan, I wanted to hear more about what happened directly from the horse's mouth. So in December 2021, I paid Brendan a visit. He asked that his last name not be revealed, as he's trying to distance himself from his past. As I rode the elevator up to his apartment in a luxury high-rise overlooking Lake Michigan, I felt a flutter of nervousness. I was unsure of what kind of person I would be meeting, and had even half-jokingly texted a couple of friends to let them know where to come looking for me in case I disappeared. What I didn't expect was how ordinary the 31-year-old who answered the door would appear to be. Blue plaid button-up shirt, neatly cropped hair, and a friendly smile. After politely hanging up my coat, he explained that back when he was a white nationalist leader, cultivating an air of ordinariness had been exactly the point. I really wanted it to be for guys making a good amount of money, who are educated, and could feel comfortable joining these sorts of communities, he said. I wanted to normalize it. I grew up in the 90s, was a part of the underground rave culture. I saw Texas metalheads turn into emotional butterflies after using MDMA at raves. Guys used to connect with their emotions. This was generally understood in such circles. Okay, fair enough, and that's actually good to know. Since, again, I have no first-hand experience with psychedelics, and pretty much most of my whatever. I only have second-hand experience of, like, people in my life who have taken MDMA telling me their experiences, and also from what I read in the literature like this. But what you say doesn't surprise me. Brendan grew up in an affluent Chicago suburb in an Irish Catholic family. Fair enough. No first-hand experience yet. No. Maybe as more research comes out, if there is a psychedelic that would, let's say, be the first on my list to experiment with. I'm not saying I actually will experiment with psychedelics. But let's just say the psychedelic that I'm most open to experimenting with would be ecstasy or, MDMA. Because, again, this is just from what I gather in the research. Its safety profile seems to be quite good. Virtually no risk, or like very minimal risk of addiction, from what I can tell. And it seems like it can lead to some positive outcomes. Or at the very least, it can maybe open you to reevaluate certain things, maybe for the good or for the bad. Arguably to some people, this is a bad thing, right? Where if someone, as the result of taking MDMA, they come out, more politically aligned with the left, well then for some people, understandably, that's not a good thing. Dancing number 4, but I'm generally in tune with my... Yeah. Where, again, that's where it seems to have a pretty high amount of value in a therapeutic setting. And that's why, it's MDMA assisted therapy. Not just, again, as I sort of like to highlight and repeat over and over, for a lot of the research, at least so far, from what I gather, a lot of the research when it comes to psychedelics is typically not just, give psychedelic alone and then the participants go on their merry way. The psychedelic is very often, especially when it comes to MDMA, psychedelic or the MDMA is coupled or combined with pretty intensive therapy sessions. Because, my concern is, many people, let's say, use psychedelic research to justify their own psychedelic use. Of like, hey, well, since this research, in this particular population is showing a positive benefit for individuals with severe PTSD, well, that means that MDMA is appropriate for me when I don't have PTSD or severe PTSD, and also I'm not doing the therapy portion. So it's like, well, yeah, I'll just do the MDMA part of the MDMA assisted therapy, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Or rather, it just sounds like you're trying to justify your MDMA use. Actually, I'll keep this here and minimize it. Have you all ever been to... I have not been to, even though I am a casual Redditor, I have not been to research chemicals. But I'll look into it. I used LSD once and meditated over a river in my mind. Words swam by like fish. A buddy asked my questions, and 5 answers floated out of the river. Answers based on 5 moods of my personality. That sounds like a pretty soothing experience. And like, yeah, if you found it beneficial, like, I'm not going to, question that or invalidate that. I just think, many people are trying to... I don't know for sure. And again, the research on psychedelics appears to be in its infancy. Learning, there's a lot of unanswered questions when it comes to psychedelics. And I understand not everyone, or rather for the vast majority of people, counseling, therapy, inaccessible for a variety of reasons. Either inaccessible due to location, due to costs, both, a whole host of other reasons. or even just, inability to find a good therapist or counselor. So, like, I understand, uh, or like, I can understand if you only have access to psychedelics, then sure, I guess, you know, do what you want in experimentation. Uh, but I think many people just use them in the hopes of like bypassing actual therapy or counseling, if in fact they have access, which I know not everybody has. And so it's tricky. Oh, that'd be great. And for anyone else that wants to join the Discord, always looking for new stuff. You could also suggest topics to cover. And yeah, some of the research that I'm going to cover in a bit after the stream, I'll post it in the Discord. So Brendan grew up in an affluent Chicago suburb in an Irish Catholic family. He leaned liberal in high school, but got sucked into white nationalism at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, where he joined a fraternity mostly composed of conservative Republican men. Began reading anti-Semitic conspiracy books and fell down a rabbit hole of racist, sexist content online. Brandon was further emboldened by the populist rhetoric of Donald Trump during his presidential campaign. His speech talking about Mexicans being rapists, the fixation on the border wall and deporting everyone, the Muslim ban. I didn't really get white nationalism until Trump started running for president, Brendan said. Brendan joined Identity Europa to connect with others who shared his views. He attended the notorious Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville and quickly rose up the ranks of his organization, first becoming the coordinator for Illinois and then the entire Midwest. He traveled to Europe and around the US to meet other white nationalist groups with the ultimate goal of taking the movement mainstream. Brandon likely would have continued in this vein were it not for his identity becoming public. A group of anti-fascist activists published identifying information about him and more than 100 other people in Identity Europa. He was immediately fired from his job and ostracized by his siblings and friends outside white nationalism. Which, I have kind of like mixed feelings about this. When Brendan saw a Facebook ad in early 2020 for some sort of drug trial at the University of Chicago, he decided to apply just to have something to do and to earn a little money. At one of the visits, he was given a pill. He didn't know it, but he'd just taken 110 milligrams of MDMA, which I have no idea whether this is high dose, low dose. This 110 or 110 milligrams of it. Either way, matter. At the time, Brennan was still in the denial stage, following his identity becoming public, he said. He was racked with regret, not over his bigoted views, which he still held, but over the missteps that had landed him in this predicament. About 30 minutes after taking the pill, he started to feel peculiar. Wait a second, why am I doing this? Why am I thinking this way? He began to wonder. Why did I ever think it was okay to jeopardize relationships with just about everyone in my life? Just then, Bremer came to collect Brendan to start the experiment. Brendan slid into an MRI, and Bremer started tickling his forearm with a brush and asked him to rate how pleasant it felt. I noticed it was making me happier, the experience of the touch, Brendan recalled. Because remember, the original objective of the study or the research was basically to assess, sensory touch in the beginning, or like the pleasantness of social touch. So they weren't, they had no intention, as far as we can tell, by changing his social political positions. Where was I? Yeah, I started progressively rating it higher and higher. As he realized in the pleasurable feeling, a single powerful word popped into his mind. Connection. It suddenly seemed so obvious. Connections with other people were all that mattered. This is stuff you can't really put into words, but it was so profound, Brendan said. I conceived of my relationships with other people not as distinct boundaries with distinct entities, but more as we are all one. I realized I'd been fixated on stuff that doesn't really matter and is just so messed up. and that I'd been totally missing the point. I hadn't been soaking up the joy that life has to offer. Uh, so it seems like, at least based off of their first-hand account, there was like this, at least from their subjective experience, there was this greater feeling of connectedness. Uh, with that, yeah, that they were experiencing. Which I think there's some research back that up that we're gonna go through, of like maybe to put forth some hypotheses as to why this is occurring. Uh, but I don't think we, at the end of the day, currently, I don't think we really know why this happens. But I think we can sort of somewhat speculate as to what the MDMA is doing to the person that may be affecting them or allowing them to change or reevaluate their political positions. That night, Brendan reached out to Chicago Anti-Fascist Action and connected with the specific former activist there, S, who had gone undercover in Identity Europa before revealing Brendan's identity. S asked me not to reveal his name to ensure he can continue his undercover work as an activist, although he is no longer affiliated with Chicago Anti-Fascist Action. At first, S was skeptical when Brendan claimed that MDMA had made him want to prioritize connecting with other people above all else. But he was heartened when Brendan started taking steps that seemed to indicate his sincere commitment to change. Brendan hired a diversity, equity, and inclusion consultant to advise him, enrolled in therapy, began meditating, and started working his way through a list of educational books. S still regularly communicates with Brendan, and for his part, thinks that Brendan is serious in his efforts to change. It's been a couple years we've been working together, trying to disconnect him from things that were harmful and reconnect him with positive reinforcement and get him ideological educated. Which, understandably, some people would take issue with this. Even I. Even this stands out to me. What does it mean to get someone ideologically educated? S told me, I think he is trying to better himself and work on himself, and I do think that experience with MDMA had an impact on him. It's been a touchstone for growth, and over time, I think the reflection on that experience has had a greater impact on him than necessarily the experience itself. Brendan is still struggling, though, to make the connections with others that he craves. When I visited him, he just spent Thanksgiving alone. He also has not completely abandoned his bigoted ideology, and is not sure that will ever be possible. There are moments when I have racist or anti-Semitic thoughts, definitely, he said. But now I can recognize that those kinds of thought patterns are harming me more than anyone else. While Brandon's experience is outside the norm, it's not without precedent. In the 1980s, for example, an acquaintance of early MDMA-assisted therapy practitioner, Raquia Greer, administered the drug to a pilot who had grown up in a racist home and had inherited those views. The pilot had always accepted his bigoted way of thinking as being a normal, accurate reflection of the way things were. MDMA, however, gave him a clear vision that unexamined racism was both wrong and mean, Greer says. Rare as they might be, stories such as these are worth examining for the implications they give about MDMA's potential ability to influence a person's values and priorities. As DeWitt and several co-authors wrote in a case study they published about Brendan in a 2021, in a case study they published about Brendan in 2021 in the journal Biological Psychiatry, which, could be that case study. This is the case study. So again, like, it stems from, like, the original starting point of this mainstream article, was this publication of this, casual case study, which is this, whoopsies, not this. But like, yeah, it all starts here in Biological Psychiatry, and just this correspondence talking about this case study, of like, hey, we were doing this research, we never intended it for this to happen, but this participant stood out. So I think it's hard to argue that, yeah, even though this is published in the BBC, that, there's some sort of agenda here. unless you want to call into question the researchers that published in biological psychiatry, that they have some sort of political agenda as they're publishing in biological psychiatry, which is read by, maybe a few thousand people, or maybe, a very small minority of people in the world. Where was I? Yeah. If extremist views are fueled by fear, anger, and cognitive biases, researchers posed, might these be targets of pharmacological intervention? Encouraging stories of seemingly spontaneous change appear to be exceptions to the norm. However, and from a neurological point of view, this makes sense. Research shows that oxytocin, one of the key hormones that MDMA triggers neurons to release, drives a end and defend response across the animal kingdom. So, many people view oxytocin as kind of like, exclusively pro-social. But it seems like, has kind of like this dual effect, maybe depending on context. Certainly not an expert on oxytocin. So yeah, the same oxytocin that causes a mother bear to nurture her newborn, for example, also fuels her rage when she perceives a threat to her cub. In people, oxytocin likewise strengthens caregiving tendencies toward liked members of a person's in-group and strangers perceived to belong to the same group, but it increases hostility toward individuals from disliked groups. In a 2010 study published in Science, for example, men who inhaled oxytocin were 3 times more likely to donate money to members of their team in an economic game, as well as more likely to harshly punish competing players for not donating enough. So like, yeah, kind of like this dual effect, or like, oxytocin that, depends on the context. According to research published this week in Nature by Johns Hopkins University, neuroscientist, Yul Dolan, MDMA and other psychedelics, including psilocybin, LSD, ketamine, and ibogaine, work therapeutically by reopening a critical period in the brain. Critical periods are finite windows of impressionability that typically occur in childhood when our brains are more malleable and primed to learn new things. But Dolan and her colleagues' findings likewise indicate that without the proper set and setting, MDMA and other psychedelics probably do not reopen critical periods, which means they will not have a spontaneous, revelatory effect for ridding someone of bigoted beliefs. There was a time, as recently as the mid-20th century, when astronomers believed that the universe was not expanding in thermodynamic balance. We know today that this is a fiction. Likewise, it may be that a human's unchanging mind in the form of ideological certitude is also a fiction, and exogenous neuromodulators that may exist in the world. Definitely on the same page as you. I'm not a neuroscientist. I'm definitely not an expert in neuroscience. I think I have pretty good foundation and, above average knowledge of neuroscience. But definitely far from an expert. But although I have collaborated with a fellow content creator who is a neuroscientist, shout out to them. But I do follow neuroscience research, pretty heavily, or I should say moderately heavily. And a lot of the assumptions, even just like whatever 10 or 20 years ago, appeared to be about neuroscience appeared to be called into question. Of like, even just like how plastic our brain is, or like, at one point it was thought that, at a certain point, your brain can't really change, or like after a certain point it's kind of like somewhat set in stone. And I think the research has borne out that, our brain is way more plastic than we thought it was. Not perfectly plastic, but probably our original assumption probably not correct. And that our brain's ability to change, extends for quite a while. Maybe the threshold to change, or like one's ability to change, like decreases, but still the possibility is there. Anecdotally, some members of the Taliban, for example, use MDMA to channel a connection to the divine during prayer chants. According to a drug activist based in Kabul, who I interviewed for my book, in the West, plenty of members of right-wing authoritarian political movements, including neo-Nazi groups, also have track records of taking MDMA and other psychedelics. This suggests, researchers write, that psychedelics are non-specific, politically pluripotent amplifiers of whatever is going on in somebody's head, with no particular directional leaning on the axes of conservatism, liberalism, or authoritarianism, egalitarianism. That said, a growing body of scientific evidence indicates that the human capacity for compassion, kindness, empathy, gratitude, altruism, fairness, trust, and cooperation are core features of our natures. If MDMA, with proper preparation, can nudge us toward embracing this state of being, then the idea of using the drug as an aid to help make the world a more loving, less hateful place may be more than just a pipe dream. As Emory University primatologist Franz de Waal wrote, empathy is the one weapon in the human repertoire that can rid us of the curse of xenophobia. Natalie Ginsburg, the Global Impact Officer at the Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies, a non-profit group that has been spearheading research on MDMA, remembers standing next to the Washington Monument in D.C. at the Catharsis Festival right after the 2016 election, talking with MAPS founder Rick Doblin at 1 or 2 in the morning about the possibility of using MDMA to facilitate a dialogue between Republicans and Democrats. Ginsburg also envisions using the drug in workshops aimed at eliminating racism, or as a means of bringing people together from opposite sides of shared cultural histories to help heal intergenerational trauma. I think all psychedelics have a role to play, but I think MDMA has a particularly key role because you're both expanded and present, heart open, and really able to listen in a new way, Ginsburg says. That's something really powerful. I've been growing legal psychoactive plants for almost 2 decades now, not to use them, but to study how insects and animals interact with them. I've seen stone hawk moths prostrate on the ground after feeding on Brugmansia pollen. My frame of reference for psychedelic science is more oriented on plant-animal relationships as a reference for... that's super cool. And like pretty much sounds like some at-home science, as long as you're being responsible and ethical. That's super cool. Which, I have no doubt that you are. But yeah, I'm curious, the effects of psychedelics, how far it extends into the animal kingdom. I have no idea. But yeah, I'm curious as to how an insect, rather, I don't even know if at all whether an insect can respond to psychedelics, although it seems like you are seeing some effects. If you give MDMA to hardcore haters on each side of an issue, I don't think it'll do a lot of good, Doblin adds. But if you start with open-minded people on both sides, then I think it can work. You can improve communications and build empathy between groups and help people be more capable of analyzing the world from a more balanced perspective, rather than from fear-based, anxiety-based distrust. In 2021, Ginsburg and Doblin were co-authors on a study investigating the possibility of using ayahuasca, a plant-based psychedelic, in group context to bridge divides between Palestinians and Israelis with positive findings. They hope to undertake a similar study using MDMA in the future. MDMA is not going to end war, bigotry, and polarization any more than it will permanently transform antisocial octopuses into social butterflies. But there could be a role for it and other psychedelics to play to help people better see each other as fellow human beings. I kind of have a fantasy that maybe as we get more reacquainted with psychedelics, there could be group-based experiences that build community, resiliency, and are intentionally oriented toward breaking down barriers between people, having people see things from other perspectives, and detribalizing our society, says psychiatrist Franklin King at Massachusetts General Hospital and Harvard Medical School. But that's not going to happen on its own. It would have to be intentional, and if it happens, it would probably take multiple generations. Based on his experience with extremism, Brandon agreed with expert takes that no drug on its own will spontaneously change the minds of white supremacists or end political conflict in the US. A lot of these guys who end up in these movements have a history of doing MDMA, he pointed out, but he does think that with the right framing and mindset, MDMA could be useful for people who are already at least somewhat open to reconsidering their ideologies, just as it was for him. It helped me see things in a different way that no amount of therapy or anti-racist literature ever would have done. I really think it was a breakthrough experience. So it's like, yeah, pretty much, it seems like, at least when it comes to this specific case, he needed to have kind of already a little bit of an open mindset for taking it. Where, as they allude to early in the article, he was kind of like primed. Kind of like, right place, right time, right circumstances that this occurred. And that, clearly we're not seeing this effect across the board in all of the MDMA research. Very much at-home science during a time when at-home psychedelic plant science could easily... yeah, fair enough. Yeah. And totally, I understand your publishing model to protect yourself. But, what might be some of the reasons or like what might be going on at the level of the brain that is resulting in this change in political views or social political values, as they say. So, again, there's not like a mountain of research, or let's say not a mountain of high quality research about MDMA, high quality rigorous research, but there is research, and we have a little bit of insight into, MDMA's effect on a person. Not just the effect of their subjective experience, what they're feeling. But we have a little bit of insight as to, what it's doing at the level of the brain, or just, biochemically or, physiologically. We don't have all the answers. There's still a lot of questions, but we know some things. How hummingbird or hawk moth selects a flower to feed from, and thus pollinate, has long fascinated me. They appear to analyze features of flowers' morphology, selectively hover over blossoms, and feed after surveying a range of blossoms. However, my college doesn't have a program on animal psychology. Yeah, which is unfortunate. So yeah, that makes, if your university doesn't have, if your college doesn't have what you want, well then, gotta take matters into your own hands. I mean, really, that is the roots of science. Before formal research institutions, science research was done at home, of people just like tinkering around in whatever in their environment. What some of the research points to as a potential hypothesis of what's going on with cases like this, of individuals reevaluating their social political values. There's some evidence that MDMA has some sort of effect on empathy, trust, cooperation, or what can be termed as pro-social behavior. But even then, it seems to be pretty mixed. Of like even just like zeroing in on just empathy alone, which is that in and of itself not the easiest thing to do, because empathy doesn't appear to be just be this one-dimensional thing. appears to be at least two dimensions to empathy. You have cognitive empathy and you have affective empathy, where it's like cognitive empathy, generally understood as perspective taking, as in kind of like you understand or like you can intellectualize another person's perspective, as opposed to like affective empathy. You're kind of like you're basically feeling what the other person is feeling. Like if you observe another person is sad, you feel feelings of sadness. That is more in like the affective empathy. At least that's the way I understand it. As opposed to like the cognitive empathy, like yeah, you observe someone as sad, and you can understand, given the circumstances, given their experience, as to why they are feeling that way. Yeah, I totally understand your distinction. So we have this research here, which is a double-blind, placebo-controlled experiment, published fairly recently, 2021, where acute effects of MDMA on trust, cooperative behavior, and empathy, a double-blind, placebo-controlled experiment. So, working under the hypothesis, okay, that MDMA increases empathy, either cognitive empathy or affective empathy, who knows, but let's just say, this global increase in empathy. Well, that can, I can see how that might result in someone, as a result of an experience with MDMA, might push them more to the political left. Because generally speaking, on average, those who identify as more left-leaning or, more liberal-leaning, they tend to report, greater levels of empathy on average. I think that's borne out pretty robustly in the research. This is not to say that those on the right have zero empathy or no empathy. It's a spectrum that they tend to, on average, score lower. So if in fact, MDMA is increasing empathy, then it can make sense that, it would result in someone moving left politically. And the same holds true with trust. Again, on average, those who identify as more left-leaning or more liberal, they tend to report more trust in institutions, or just tend to be a little bit more trusting overall. Again, on average. This is not to say that there's no trust on the political right or on the liberal conservative divide, that conservatives have no trust. Again, all a spectrum, and that just on average, those who identify as liberal tend to score higher in trust and empathy. And so, like, if in fact MDMA is increasing these things, well, then it can make sense, hypothetically, that it would move someone to the political left. But is that actually what it's doing? Do we have like actual evidence that, MDMA has this effect? No. This research was trying to answer this question with, a fairly rigorous study of like, yeah, pretty much what are the effects of MDMA on trust, cooperative behavior, and empathy. So, what were their methods? So 25 participants, fairly small study. And even then, of the 25 participants, 7 were female, not exactly an even distribution of male versus female. So they participated in this double-blind, repeated measures, placebo-controlled experiment. Participants attended 2 acute sessions, 1 week apart. Each acute session was followed by a subacute session 3 days later. Participants received placebo, and their placebo in this case was 100 milligrams of ascorbic acid. Ascorbic acid is vitamin C, which I'm curious of, all the placebos that you can choose. I don't know why they would choose typically vitamin C. I'm sure there's some sort of rationale for it, but I don't know what it is. But yeah, placebo, 100 milligrams vitamin C during one acute session, and MDMA at the other, with order counterbalanced. Participants completed the following tasks assessing pro-social behavior: a trust investment task, a trustworthy face rating task, an empathic stories task, a public project game, a dictator game, and an ultimatum game. Participants reported subjective effects. Blood was taken pre-drug, 2 and 4 hours post-drug, and tested for plasma MDMA levels. So let's say, yeah, even though they're taking or they're ingesting MDMA, like they want to confirm it, that they have circulating MDMA in their blood. So what were the overall, findings or results? MDMA acutely increased self-reported closeness to others and euphoria, and increased plasma concentrations of MDMA. So at least we know it comes to the subjective experience, like they were feeling something of like closeness to others and euphoria, and like there was circulating MDMA in their blood. But MDMA did not significantly change task-based empathy, trust, or cooperative behavior. Using Bayesian analyses, we found evidence that MDMA and placebo did not differ in their effects on empathy and cooperative behavior. MDMA did not significantly change subacute mood, and this was supported by our Bayesian analyses. So, seems like pretty much a negative finding. It seems like this might be an unexpected finding, because they're not asking a random question. They weren't asking acute effects on hate, anger, and whatever, sadness. They specifically wanted to look at trust, cooperative behavior, and empathy, because at least when it comes to what people appear to be subjectively reporting, that MDMA appears to have this effect on trust, cooperative behavior, and empathy, or like this feeling of connectedness. And yet they're turning up nothing here, at least using the measures or the tools that they're using. So what could be at play here? Is it just that MDMA is not actually increasing these things, or how they're going about measuring empathy, cooperation, and trust are just not good ways to measure it. But let's see what their overall findings are. So we examined the prosocial effects of MDMA in a laboratory using a repeated measures double-blind placebo-controlled experiment. We investigated social processes believed to be mechanistically important for MDMA's benefit as an adjunct psychotherapy. So it's like, they intentionally looked at these things because they believed beforehand that MDMA has a benefit to these things, such as trust, cooperative behavior, and empathy. So MDMA significantly increased subjective measures of euphoria, field drug effects, jaw clenching, and closeness to others. However, we found no significant effects of MDMA on task-based measures of prosocial behavior, and Bayesian analyses largely supported the null hypothesis that there were no differences between MDMA and placebo. And again, also bear in mind, it wasn't the largest, if not, basically a small sample size, 25 participants. So, maybe not enough people to tease out an effect. But yeah, like so far, this is, a somewhat unexpected finding. So there are extensive reports, and also clearly, as they're about to highlight, the participants, they're reporting something, as in their subjective experience is changing, at least from what they're saying and what they're reporting. But then when you actually go and try to measure it using, using their metrics or using their tools, nothing appears to be objectively changing. So there are extensive reports that MDMA enhances self-reported subjective trust. This augmentation in trust is thought to be important for the value of MDMA as an adjunct to psychotherapy. However, in laboratory settings, when using task-based measures of trust, null effects of MDMA are often reported. We found that MDMA did not increase subjective ratings of feeling trusting of others. Participants were not more trusting of others with their money. We also found support for this null finding, that MDMA did not affect perceived trustworthiness of others' faces or cooperative behavior through Bayesian analysis. Subjectively, rated trust did not correlate with trust measured by tasks, which suggests these may involve different psychological processes. So, their subjective feelings of trust might be disconnected, or might be different as to how they're measuring trust, or it might be a total, as they say, different psychological process. We found no evidence that MDMA affects emotional empathy, though it did increase scores of closeness to others. This contrasts with some previous work, which has found that MDMA selectively affects emotional empathy. So it seems like they're also finding results that are in conflict with past results, where it's like there's no
Welcome
evidence.
to Flavor Country.
And Akram 203, thank you so much for the follow, much appreciated. Happy to have you here. But it's like, yeah, it's super difficult. Where in this study here, it doesn't seem like MDMA using their measures had any effect on emotional empathy, or kind of like the affective empathy that I highlighted earlier. And yet there's previous research, as they say, which, again, as they say, in contrast with some previous work, MDMA selectively affects emotional empathy. However, this effect has not always been consistently reported and may depend on a participant's gender, or occur only for positively valenced stimuli. So it might be, it might be a context thing, or it might be, just how they're measuring it. Herein is the problem with science like this, that it has to quantify through arbitrary abstraction, fundamentally subjective. So it's like, yeah, I take your point, and it's totally a valid point. Like, we are trying to, we're trying to quantify the subjective, or we're trying to, transform the subjective into the objective, right? I think it's fair to say, or I don't think anyone would argue that feelings of trust, or cooperative, or feeling connectedness, that is like almost a purely subjective experience. But then how do you measure that? Like, we want to measure it, and I think it's a good thing that we try to measure it, but clearly we're still trying to figure out even just how to measure these things, or how to turn these subjective experiences into objective metrics. We found a null effect on the cooperative behavior games and the trustworthy face rating task. This may seem surprising, as these tasks have been found to be sensitive to recreational MDMA in a naturalistic setting. And it might just be. Also, you have to keep in mind, this particular study, as they highlight, it was a laboratory study. And so this is like a very specific environment. And maybe that in and of itself, might be altering the outcomes. It totally happens. That, you'll have all kinds of effects outside in the real world. But as soon as you bring it into the laboratory, like just by virtue of you trying to bring it into laboratory, can just like make that effect disappear. However, the between subject design with non-blinded participants in this previous study may have contributed to an expectation of drug effects. Additionally, the lack of information about the dose or purity of the recreational MDMA used complicates interpretation of this earlier study. It may also be that the controlled laboratory setting, as opposed to testing within participants' homes, dampen the pro-social effects. Right. Pretty much what I just highlighted, of like, you're trying to objectively assess, pro-social behavior in a laboratory setting. I think it's fair to say, you know, as someone who has lots of experience in a lab, albeit not like a psychological lab, but I think it's fair to say, laboratory settings, they are not pro-social settings. So like, why would you expect someone, even through ingestion of a drug or like a molecule that's supposed to be pro-social, maybe just by virtue of being in the laboratory, the antisocial effects of the laboratory might be so strong that the pro-social effects of MDMA just might not be strong enough. My own opinion here, but I've long thought that anthropology was the best science to pioneer the modern study of psychedelic drugs, to inform cross-disciplinary work, but primarily to address cultural personal experiences of psychedelic consumption. The personal experience of medicine is not something that modern medicine does very well, in my honest opinion. I have a lot of complicated thoughts about anthropology, which, like, I take your point. And I mean, at the end of the day, I would say, uh, the more interdisciplinary, or I'd say the more cross-disciplinary work that researchers can do, the better. And I would say, a huge problem in academia is like pretty much people or researchers becoming too isolated or too siloed, and not enough crosstalk between disciplines and departments. Because very often, sometimes all you need is just like a new perspective, or like, totally the way a chemist thinks and the way a chemist is trained. At least from my experience, they have a very specific way of thinking, given the training that they went through, given the questions that they're typically trying to answer, tends to be pretty different than what a biologist or what a molecular biologist is trained, and like their thought process, their cognitive process. And there are multiple instances of like a chemist or someone trained as a chemist going into biology and doing something pretty incredible there, just because like they brought in a new perspective, unlike vice versa. And Rafa is God. Welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. Good to see you. What are considered psychedelics? Is it strictly LSD and mushrooms, or so? That's a very good question. I'm not sure. So I don't know that there's a strict definition of psychedelics, but I think the most common ones that are thought of as psychedelics are like, yeah, LSD, mushrooms, psilocybin, MDMA. I think those are kind of like the top. Ayahuasca, I don't know where that falls, but I think those are probably like some of the more whatever conventional standards, or what people think of when talking about psychedelics. So there's no, as far as I can tell, okay, well, although that might have changed with what happened in Australia with the approval of some psychedelics. But let's just say there does not appear to be any approved pharmaceutical version for prescription use, if that's what you mean. And you mean by pharmaceutical version. There's pharmaceutical grade, okay, as in like what's used here in studies like this, of like, so in this research, they are looking at MDMA or ecstasy. They're not getting it off the street. Like they are getting arguably pharmaceutical grade MDMA that, is synthesized, highly pure, and that, when they're talking about 100 milligrams MDMA hydrochloride, okay, pretty much an MDMA salt, like that is actually what it is. Not laced with anything. You're just, you're like pretty much almost 100% certain that you are getting 100 milligrams MDMA HCl, and like that's it. Psychedelic translated from etymology mind manifesting, which today I learned. I actually didn't know That's what psychedelic translated to. Many varieties of plants and fungi produce psychedelic elements, certainly more. Yeah, I think that is almost certainly true. So hopefully that answers your question, Rafa. So fentanyl, almost certainly not. That is definitely in the synthetic opioid category. Like pretty much, very potent pain reliever. Well, I think I understand. Oh, so I'm gonna get super technical, as this is sort of like my domain. It's fentanyl is not really an extract of opium. It's like a fully synthesized opioid. Of like it has no connection to opium whatsoever. And Dorcas Prime, welcome. Like it's a fentanyl is a fully synthetic opioid, if I remember correctly, which I believe I do. It's notorious. Yeah. So yeah, it's fully synthetic. It's not derived from opium, as in it doesn't start from the opium plant. You can totally, with enough of a chemistry background, and with access to the right reagents and whatever the right tools, you can synthesize fentanyl. ALD 52 is basically the same as LSD and is arguably easier to use in a legal scientific setting for medical research, maybe personal use in small quantities. But I wouldn't really say where to get it for fair enough. Yeah, obviously, don't don't endanger yourself, or yeah, keep yourself safe. But I've actually never heard of ALD 52, to be perfectly honest. I have no idea what that is. Okay, okay, that makes sense. And I probably should have clued in. Of like, yeah, pretty much an analog. So, basically, chemical cousin of LSD. Opioids are more blockers, right? So I'm also gonna get technical. So they're not really blockers. Like I understand what you mean. So opioids, or let's say in the case of fentanyl, so both, let's say, natural opioids or narcotic opioids, they are opioid receptor agonists, as in they bind to opioid receptors. An opioid blocker would be more in the vein of naloxone, or like naltrexone. That should be an opioid antagonist. Yeah. So that is more of a blocker, as in like, so typical opioid like fentanyl, or pretty much virtually every opioid out there, from like codeine to fentanyl, they bind to opioid receptors, okay, and they induce activity, downstream activity, a whole host of physiological effects as a result of the opioid's ability to bind to an opioid receptor. As opposed to, if you're talking about actual blockers, as like an opioid blocker, that would be something like naloxone, because like it's an antagonist, as in if the naloxone is there, okay, this is what makes naloxone, effective, or like its ability to have some chance at, preventing or reducing an opioid's effect, very often used in the treatment of overdose, as they say here, in treating acute opioid overdose. Because like, yeah, it can bind, okay? It can actually pretty much is blocking the opioid receptor, as in if the naloxone is there, then the actual opioid can't bind like it normally would to the opioid receptor. That's why it's an opioid receptor antagonist, as opposed to, you know, an actual opioid like fentanyl. It's called an agonist, as it actually binds and it induces an effect, you know, a bunch of other physiological effects. Fentanyl was engineered from knowledge learned from heroin. So yeah, you're not wrong there, as in like the knowledge about opioids such as heroin and morphine. But I think if I remember correctly, it was kind of like by accident. I mean, I've read this Wikipedia article a long time ago. But I believe I remember the history. It was kind of an accident. Where's the history part? I should just click on history. Yeah, so it's like they were, I mean, yeah, they were looking for kind of like a substitute. But I don't think at the time they really knew how potent an opioid that they had. And they were really, if I remember correctly, like, yeah, it's, as they say, it's fully synthetic, pretty much synthesized from the ground up. Would you say either fentanyl or psychedelics mess with your brain? I mean, yeah, that's pretty much just about everything. It's like a broad, like, virtually everything messes with your brain chemistry. I mean, even me just like reading this stream, me just doing anything messes with there. That's where it's like it's really tricky, because there's always chemistry going on in your brain. You know, if your brain chemistry stops, you know, arguably you're no longer alive. So it's like, yeah, both fentanyl and psychedelics, you know, they have an effect on your brain chemistry, but so does like virtually everything else. Even just like, you know, watching TV and, you know, me using my computer. And so it's like, you know, where the line is between, you know, psychedelics and maybe other mind-altering substances. I don't think there's a strict dividing line. Just more like, well, this is what we're commonly referring to when we're talking about psychedelics. At least that's my understanding. I don't think there's any real formal definition of psychedelic. Let's see. I've seen Narcan. Yeah, totally. Like these, you know, thankfully, they appear to be really strongly acting. It's because, well, basically, as they say here, it's a competitive opioid receptor antagonist. So what makes this so effective? Okay, well, actually, go back to the fentanyl. So what makes fentanyl, you know, so potent? Okay, I think virtually everyone now these days knows, you know, fentanyl, very potent opioid drug. You know, as they say here, it's pretty much 50 to 100 times more potent than morphine. Like, what do they mean by potent? So it's like, and then, you know, what allows something like Narcan or naloxone, what gives it its ability to, you know, reverse the effects or prevent the effects of opioids like fentanyl, and work almost instantly. And, you know, this is where pretty much like the biochemistry comes in. This will almost certainly be driven by binding affinity, as in, you know, when as I mentioned earlier, when fentanyl binds, okay, it's an opioid receptor agonist, and as highlighted here, it works by activating mu opioid receptors, so it binds to mu opioid receptors. And like pretty much like the potency will be driven by how strongly it can bind. or a lot of the potency will come down to how strongly it combines, or if not virtually all of the potency derived from that. Where like, yeah, so like just, what makes fentanyl stand out, or like one of the properties that makes fentanyl stand out, as we have many other opioids. You have morphine. Everyone knows morphine as an opioid, and so it also binds to mu opioid receptors. So like, why is fentanyl more potent than morphine? Well, a lot of that, if not virtually all of that, will be driven by binding affinity, as in like how strongly you can bind to this mu opioid receptor, where pretty much each, I'm sure this should be a value. Okay, if I can find the values. I don't want to get too lost in a rabbit hole. Okay. Yes. I want to bore people with me just doing research on my own. But like, yeah, this will come down to binding affinity, as in like how strongly the opioid can bind to that mu opioid receptor. And fentanyl will bind way more strongly. You can think of it as like a stronger magnet, as in like, so fentanyl and morphine, they will both bind to mu opioid receptors. They will both bind to mu opioid receptors. So like if they're both binding to the same thing, then like what allows them to stand apart, or like what separates the two? It's like, well, fentanyl will be more potent because it basically acts as like a stronger magnet, as in pretty much it binds much more strongly to the mu opioid receptor in comparison to fentanyl, as in kind of like you can think of it as a stronger magnet than morphine, as in they both want to stick to the mu opioid receptor, but it just so happens that the fentanyl, given the fact that it's a stronger magnet, it will stick much stronger. And then in the case of Narcan, okay, and why it can pretty much work almost instantly, and why it can like reverse the effects when administered, at the right time. It can pretty much like reverse the effects of the opioids, is because it can pretty much like bind to the same receptor, okay, the mu opioid receptor, but as they say, it's competitive, as in it can outcompete, as in this naloxone in comparison to, let's say, fentanyl, it can pretty much like dislodge the fentanyl. Pretty much it comes along as like a much stronger magnet and says, hey, no, I can bind to the mu opioid receptor way stronger than you, so like get out of the way. And that's essentially sort of like at a biochemical level how it's having its mechanism of action, of like it's binding to that opioid receptor way stronger and blocking the effects of the other opioid, as in it's just like stuck there on the receptor and not allowing any other thing, such as fentanyl, bind, have an effect. And sorry for if that was too much of a tangent. The biochemistry and biology, sort of part of my passion. Right, I'm with you. Extracted from was not the right phrase. Okay, yeah, fair. I understand, or rather, I understood what you meant, but I will fully admit I was being like pedantic and you are correct that, like, yeah, the scientific roots of fentanyl, totally fair. Is it true you can overdose just by touching fentanyl or breathing it in? No, that is like, unless like, I don't know, you're touching like fairly large quantities and like, I don't know, like rubbing your eyes or something. But no, like the media reports of like, you know, like some dust in the air, someone inhaling some fentanyl dust and dying, pretty much like not a thing. This is a point of political contention for me because I'm a gardener and I grow opium poppies legally every year. By state law, my opium plants are only illegal if I extract opium from the fruiting pods. It drives me nuts, frankly, that so many people die in my city from fentanyl when people opium, which is less toxic and addictive than fentanyl and potentially free to grow seasonally backyards. Yeah, hashtag totally bad drug law. Well, I appreciate it. So I'm glad at least one person appreciates it. I totally understand. Not everyone enjoys me getting lost in all the biochemistry and biology. I know it's probably way more complex, but in the way alcohol does your cells, is that the same idea behind? No. But it's a totally valid question, and I understand why you ask it. Because, you know, totally when it comes to maybe observing people, like they're arguably both opioids and painkillers. They're kind of like arguably under like the broad category of like, you know, sedatives. Where it's like, yeah, opioids can make you sleepy, or rather, you know, opioids kind of have this paradoxical effect, and I can even say this with firsthand experience of like opioids, they can make you feel sleepy. Well, that's also kind of like built into the name of morphine, derived from Morpheus, if I remember correctly, god of dreams or whatever. And thus, you know, no surprise. Associated with sleep and dreams. So yeah, morphine, or let's say opioids in general, like they can induce feelings of sleepiness, but also paradoxically, opioids, and again, this comes from first-hand experience, they could also induce insomnia, where it's like, yeah, you can feel the effects, or you can feel sleepy, but have no ability to fall asleep. And I have totally have had that experience multiple times, as they say here. Although this is under withdrawal. But totally, being on some opioids, for some people, including myself, they can induce insomnia. You will still feel tired, but you will not have the ability to fall asleep. But yeah, to your question, Rafa, of like alcohol and dulling your senses. So maybe at some point I should do like a deep dive on like all of the not all, but a lot of the physiological effects of alcohol at a biochemical level. What goes on in the body when you ingest alcohol. But like, yeah, opioids and alcohol, you know, arguably under the category of sedatives, where it's like, yeah, they kind of like induce sleepiness or drowsiness, but totally their mechanism of action and like what they're doing physiologically in the body are pretty distinct, as in like, as sort of highlighted, opioids, they're acting on the opioid receptors that are pretty much, they're in multiple locations throughout the body. And a lot of the side effects associated with opioids, it's because like opioid receptors, you know, not only obviously have a role to play in like pain and the experience of pain, they also have a bunch of other roles, and like there's opioid receptors in multiple locations of the body, and hence, you know, the wide-ranging effects of opioids, and like why, in addition to its pain-relieving effects, like one of the potential concerns or potential like serious side effects of opioids, what they call um, like respiratory depression, where it's like, yeah, it'll affect kind of like pretty much as in the term, your breathing. And like if you're taking or if you're on a high dose of opioids, there's like a pretty high risk or a substantial significant risk of respiratory depression, or like you pretty much not just like it's pretty tricky, but like basically kind of like struggling to breathe, or like kind of like your instinct to breathe kind of like going away. But yeah, I didn't fully answer your, well, yeah, I didn't give a sufficient enough answer to your question. But when it comes to alcohol, so like alcohol, when it's metabolized, basically, I was actually looking this up not that long ago. Actually, I think just like yesterday or 2 days ago. But there's alcohol has multiple effects throughout the body. Hence why, like, alcohol is associated with so many diseases and conditions if you're consuming it in high doses and for a long period of time. But, a single dose of alcohol also has multiple effects on the brain. And one of the tricky things, or rather one of the more sinister things about alcohol, is that, it has like this ability to like pretty much like pass through your cells. And like, well, I should probably do at some point just prepare a deep dive into all of the effects of alcohol. But like, yeah, there are multiple effects of alcohol at the level of the brain, just isolating of that. And one of them is on the prefrontal cortex. Where alcohol affects multiple regions of the brain, but one of them, or one of the primary ones that results in kind of like basically poor judgment, or like as they say, impulsive behavior. It's like, it has this effect on your prefrontal cortex, which is largely associated with essentially, as they say, kind of like a executive functioning, or like, your reasoning, and like kind of like quote unquote good judgment, so to speak, or, rational judgment. And so like alcohol is kind of like shutting that part of your brain down, or at least, it's not going to be functioning optimally when it's flooded with alcohol. And that's why, I think it's fair to say consumption of alcohol, or excess consumption of alcohol, although I would maybe argue even just like low dose of alcohol, kind of associated with, not the greatest judgment. But also alcohol has multiple effects on the brain. But like, yeah, I guess all that to say, it is distinct from opioids. There might be some overlap when it comes to, drowsiness and an overall, sedative effect. But what's happening biochemically is pretty different. Working out, I think is helping with my sleep problems. And like I said, they are getting way better. I've had like a good stretch of the past week where like my sleep has been on point. So if my sleep holds up, I should be streaming way more regularly. If it wasn't for prohibition for the boat, I think alcohol probably would have made it into the control. I mean, you're probably right. And ideally, I would like to live in a world where people voluntarily choose to not consume alcohol, personally. But also at the same time, like I can even make an argument for making alcohol illegal. I have really, mixed feelings about alcohol. I don't consume alcohol, and I recognize everyone's right. Do whatever it is that you want with your own body, as long as you're not harming anyone else. But I think at least in developed countries like Canada, the United States, I think there is a lot of collateral damage as a result of our regular consumption of alcohol. Not just in, unfortunately, of the victims of drunk driving, also like addiction, also associated with sexual assault, intimate partner violence, and a whole host of other things. I think we pay a heavy price, personally. Racism is historically a motivation for most forms of intoxication, substance prohibition. The Spanish tried to burn the psychoactive plants that were worshipped, but yeah, totally fair. And that wouldn't surprise me if alcohol met the requirements of Schedule. I'll be honest, I don't know, or rather, it's been a long time since I read through the requirements of what constitutes a Schedule 1 drug, but it wouldn't surprise me if alcohol met the requirements. There isn't even an acceptable medical dose of alcohols. Yeah. And alcohol, well, so like pretty much alcohol is a poison to your body, like in virtually every circumstance, except for one. Or at least there's only one that I know of. And that's for methanol poisoning. Where pretty much one of the potential treatments of methanol poisoning, and like methanol toxicity is a thing, and definitely, don't avoid methanol. But alcohol, or rather, ethanol. Ethanol is, what we conventionally refer to as alcohol. Is one of the potential therapies for methanol toxicity, because going back to like the biochemistry and how naloxone outcompetes opioids for binding to the opioid receptor, ethanol outcompetes methanol for the same thing. As in methanol, when it gets into your body, it's like it's binding to things in your body. And in the case of methanol toxicity, let's just say it's kind of like a last case scenario. You can give ethanol because it will displace the methanol. And that is largely driven by the fact that, if you look at the chemical structure of methanol, it's very similar to the chemical structure of ethanol. It's just like whatever, an extra carbon and some hydrogen. I don't want to get too lost in the sauce of whatever the chemical structures. So that's pretty much like the reason why. Alcohol is topical medical application. Well, yeah, but even then, there are these days a better substance. I wouldn't call that medicinal. I guess I should say therapy. But yeah, got a little bit sidetracked, but that's a good sidetrack. It's probably old and outdated, but I heard a shot of whiskey and prevent heart attacks. So okay, that's where it's like tricky. So you can maybe make the case that, let's say, maybe there's some dose of, let's say, wine, like red wine or whatnot. I don't know about whiskey, and I don't really know anything about whiskey. But it's probably not the alcohol itself that, is having any positive effect. It's probably not the alcohol that's thinning the blood. Probably other things in maybe the whiskey. But even then, you're probably better off. Or rather, there's almost certainly better alternative whiskey. New archaeological methods for studying the chemical residues of ancient pottery yields insights into how ancient people used alcohol drinks. Spices, many of them. Yeah. Totally. Like, I have no doubt. We've been consuming and using alcohol, for, I guess, as long as humans have been around, for a reason. So, like, I'm not going to discount its utility at one point. Either its social utility or medical utility. But I think, as of today, I think it's pretty hard to justify. Where was I unwrapping this particular? Yeah. So yeah, MDMA. So far, uh, uh, not showing a really significant effect. Pretty much no effect on empathy or pro-social behavior. So, some differences between the tasks in our study and previous ones yield important insights. In the ultimatum game, we asked participants to respond with the minimum offer they would accept. This, as opposed to the direct response method used by Gabe et al., where participants are presented with different offers to accept or reject, can lead to less punishment of unfair offers. Indeed, our participants were willing to accept offers that were below 40% of the total stake, below what is considered to be a fair offer. We also used a one-shot task for our cooperative behavior game. This contrasts to Gabe et al. 2018 and 2019, where participants received feedback on their performance over multiple rounds. Such feedback might be important to more closely match real-world social interaction and allow for detection of an effect of MDMA. This again suggests there may be an important role for context, whereby true social feedback may be necessary to elicit effects of this drug, but this would need to be tested experimentally. So again, it's, as they're kind of like hinting at, even though they're not measuring, what, given the tools that they're using, they don't appear to have any effect on empathy or trust or cooperative behavior. But it may just be the tools or metrics or the way they're measuring. That's the issue. And that, as they say, you might just need to create the right context to either observe or measure, increases in empathy or increases in trust or increases in cooperative behavior. Because again, if you go by what the participants are saying, by their subjective experience, it's almost irrefutable that they're subjectively experiencing something. But then, again, it's not showing up on the test that they're carrying out. In the context of previous mixed findings, a possible interpretation of our results is that MDMA may not enhance all aspects of pro-social behavior. We add to existing evidence that in a laboratory setting, perceived trustworthiness and financial trust do not seem affected by MDMA. Perhaps MDMA may augment specific rather than all pro-social behaviors. Additionally, as suggested by some of the factors in previous studies, sex differences, different effects for positive versus negative stimuli. These specific effects may not be seen in all individuals in all situations. Future studies will need to further focus on which specific aspects of pro-social behavior are affected by MDMA and address whether these are moderated by sex, dose, top-up doses, and positive versus negative stimuli. It would be useful to test whether MDMA affects participants' willingness to trust others with their personal feelings or confidential information differently to financial tasks, such as with the envelope task paradigm of Mikolajczak et al., and whether physical setting impacts on MDMA effects. So yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I totally understand that. Yes, alcohol is an antiseptic. I was more talking about like an actual, medical intervention. I guess I should have been more clear. I'm curious if you also wish to look at the advanced database. Absolutely. I'll put that on the list. Gonna try and go over that on stream, hopefully tomorrow, and if my sleep holds up. True social feedback may be necessary. If you're gonna have to call, and I would not be opposed to that. It's funny. Well, funny in a, I guess, intellectual way. Of like, yeah, you're getting a bunch of nerds. Arguably maybe some antisocial people to try to like suss out, pro-social behavior. More generally, tasks which are completed on paper or via a computer are inherently different to the interpersonal process of psychotherapy. In order to delineate MDMA's pro-social effects in relation to the psychotherapeutic process, it may be necessary to use procedures which involve measurements of interpersonal behavior and to utilize frameworks for measuring the effects of context, as proposed in Carhart-Harris et al. For instance, it would be valuable to extend the work of Baggett et al. 2016 on the effect of MDMA on more intimate sharing by assessing differences in outcomes in a comfortable versus neutral setting, with patient groups and with varying levels of responsiveness of the researcher listening to the memory. Corroborating results from some laboratory reported adverse effects and contrasting results from recreational MDMA use, we did not find increased depression in the subacute visits. There were no midweek blues. This was supported by Bayesian analysis. This phenomenon may have been attributable to lack of sleep or interactions with other recreational drugs used. This is clearly important to know when planning future clinical trials of MDMA. It does not necessarily produce low mood when administered at these doses in settings, right? So this is something to keep in mind with the psychedelic research. I've repeated over and over. Of like, given the fact that these are heavily, or generally speaking, significant psychoactive compounds. They might have some therapeutic benefits or positive effects. There's also the potential risk of negative effects or maybe making a situation worse. And so it's promising, although at least not surprising when it comes to MDMA, that there doesn't seem to be any significant negative side effect profile, at least so far. And I think that pretty much holds true from, let's say, anecdotal, or the mountain of anecdotal experiences that we have. So strengths and limitations to wrap up before the conclusion. A key strength of our acute study is that it was a placebo-controlled double-blind experiment. For Schedule 1 drugs, these studies are difficult, expensive, and time-intensive to conduct. Our experiment therefore partially addresses the issue of participant and experimenter expectation, present in the previous naturalistic study from Stewart et al. 2014. Our analysis of MDMA in plasma demonstrated that the drug was successfully absorbed to levels similar to other studies. We examined pro-social feelings and behavior across a wide range of self-report and task-based assessment for a comprehensive investigation of MDMA's effects. Our results were consistently null with support from Bayesian analyses across our task-based assessment of pro-social behavior. Thank you so much for the kind words, and have a great night. Always nice to see you, and take care and be well. I can also imagine the ideal therapeutic dose is significantly lower. That's probably true. Although, I can't say with any authority whatsoever. I actually have no idea what the dosages used are for recreational. But it is probably true. That what is used in research by lower in dose. At the very least, I think you can say with a much higher degree of confidence that it's way higher in purity and potency, and it's probably true that they can get away with using lower doses, given the fact that they're almost certainly using a way more pure, arguably pharmaceutical grade version of MDMA. So we must acknowledge limitations. Our participants experience pronounced subjective effects, which will have contributed to unblinding. Right. As I said before, this is one of the great challenges with psychedelic research of like, can you actually perform, a truly blind, placebo-controlled experiment with psychedelics? Because again, I think most people are going to clue in pretty quickly that, if you tell them, hey, you're going to get placebo or some sort of psychedelic, they're going to clue in pretty quickly that they're not on some sort of psychedelic trip. And so like that's always a variable to consider, where like, yeah, in the title they say double blind, which on paper true, but I think it's fair to say that probably in reality, probably not truly blind. Whilst the dose used lies in the range typically used for this type of research, for example, within 75 to 125 milligrams, in the psychotherapeutic setting, higher doses and top-up doses midway through the session are often used. It is possible that a higher dose would have resulted in more pronounced MDMA effects on our tasks. It is also possible that some tasks were conducted post-peak effect. However, MDMA prosocial subjective and task effects have been reported 4 hours post-administration. Our participants still significantly felt the effects of the drug and had MDMA in their plasma an hour after these tasks were completed. Right, and I think this is probably one of the things that, we're going to have to tease out with just more and more research of, like, dosing. And, like, what's the appropriate dosing? Not just in quantity, but, even just, like, dosing schedule. Of, like, hey, yeah, you can give an initial dose, but, like, when do you dose again? Etc., etc. When it's possible for novel experimental research to embrace the problem of subjectivity, minimizing it all is feasible. Is there such a thing as credible subjective bias? Good question. Not sure I have an answer to that. Intuitively, I want to say yes. And also, intuitively, I would want to say that pretty much like all research, well, all research is biased, given the fact that, it's carried out by humans. And I'm of the view that all humans, myself included, we have our biases. And so I think science is just trying to minimize our biases, and that we can never truly eliminate them. At least that's sort of my operating principle. But yeah, before reading the conclusion and wrapping this up, I'm curious, like, how. So in this study, what were the quantities of MDMA that they used? This. I wonder if they used much higher doses. Probably just. Okay. So yeah. They received 80 to 180 milligrams, so a little bit higher. And they also, yeah, if I remember this research correctly, yeah, they also got like multiple doses. So like it's like in total, they're somewhere in the range of like, 200 to 300 milligrams, kind of like spread out over multiple hours. Arguably a little bit higher than what's done here. I think definitely higher, given this range, 75 to 125 milligrams. So, in conclusion, in a controlled laboratory setting, MDMA did not have an effect on measures of prosocial behavior, despite increases in self-report levels of closeness to others, field drug effect, and euphoria. In the future, research should test the effects of MDMA on more ecologically valid measures, with more focus on the context, as both could be important for the effects of MDMA. This will allow delineation of which prosocial effects of MDMA are moderated by setting, therefore could aid the development of MDMA-assisted psychotherapy, and appear to be no conflict of interest. So it's like, it's tricky, where, I went through that, kind of casual case study of like this person who appears to maybe reevaluated their social political values as a result of their experience with MDMA. And, arguably, MDMA appears to be having some sort of effect on like subjective feelings of trust, cooperative behavior, and empathy. But then, at least in this study here, like when they go in and try to objectively assess it, doesn't appear to show up. But like the participants are reporting something, but it's showing up on no objective measure. But there is other research, okay, that, at least hints that, there might be some effect on empathy. and sociability, where this is other research, or pretty much the pro-social effects of MDMA or ecstasy, controlled studies in humans and laboratory animals. And like they pretty much conclude, consistent with drug folklore, laboratory administration of MDMA robustly alters social processing in humans and increases social approach in humans and animals. Effects are consistent with increased sociability, with mixed evidence about enhanced empathy. These neurobiologically complex pro-social effects likely motivate recreational ecstasy use. Like here, you know, mixed evidence about enhanced empathy. So it seems like it can go either way. Or like maybe we just haven't found the right way to measure empathy, or to objectively measure empathy in individuals taking MDMA. Because, you know, one has to kind of assume, and I think it's a safe assumption, that, you know, this feeling of connectedness has to probably has to come from something, or like something rooted in the brain that is driving their subjective experience. We just have like poor tools in measuring these. Where, let's see. Yeah, and there's this research here where so it's in the title, but MDMA enhances emotional empathy and pro-social behavior. Where, as they say, highlighted it. In summary, MDMA sex-specifically altered the recognition of emotions, emotional empathy, and pro-sociality. These effects likely enhance sociability when MDMA is used recreationally, and may be useful when MDMA is administered in conjunction with psychotherapy in patients with social dysfunction or post-traumatic stress disorder. And this was in 2014, so it's older research than the one that I just went through. This is 2021. So, you know, this might be more updated, or maybe in this research here, they're not using the appropriate tools to measure empathy, as opposed to maybe in this study here, where again, they use the multifaceted empathy test, which I don't 100% know exactly what they're doing, but they are still using a face emotion recognition test, and they're using the social value orientation test. So, you know, there is a little bit, they do appear to be doing something different. So maybe their strategy here of measuring empathy and pro-sociality is a better strategy. Oh, Revolving Simp, it has been a minute. I hope you've been well. And like, great to see you. Always nice to have you pass by. Let's see. Measuring empathy via self-reward responses is inherently flawed. Totally, it is inherently flawed. But I don't think we have, let's just say, we don't have great non-invasive ways of measuring empathy. So we actually can, or at least it does appear that we actually can measure empathy at the level of the brain, because I brought up this research before. Let's see if I can fit it. Right. Where, you know, if you look at brain scans, okay, if you look at the brain scans, comparing, you know, omnivores, vegetarians, and vegans, okay, like we know, or at least we have some idea. We don't perfectly know, but we have some idea of what empathy looks like at the level of the brain. And so it's like, you know, we can, let's say, to some extent, objectively measure it, because we have research like this, where it's like, hey, what does empathy look like when you compare omnivores, vegetarians, and vegans? Well, no surprise, it looks like the vegans and vegetarians, you know, their brains are lighting up. There's more activity in the empathy centers of their brain, essentially. You know, we can hypothetically do this, maybe, with MDMA. It's just, you know, this type of research, way more invasive. Not the easiest to carry out MRI research on a large population. Where it's just like, that's always the trade-off. It's either a small sample size, but you get high quality data, or in this case, when you're going by like, surveys and kind of like social experiments in a laboratory, and face emotion recognition tasks. Like, yeah, these tests are non-invasive, but there's not the highest quality data, so it's hard to really extrapolate. Well, I hope, Revolving Simp, you're in favor of giving, you're voluntarily giving people more drugs, unless you mean forced drug giving, as in like, hey, you have no choice, we're gonna force this drug down your throat. Then I'm sort of on the same page. If you mean voluntary, I can sort of get on board with that. I'm working for Stumptown. I actually don't know. That's still, I don't know if that's like a region or if that's like a company. But I assume you're still working with coffee. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Regardless, I hope you're happy with whatever it is that it pays you well. I don't view empathy as monolithic. I think there's a major socially constructed element. People have selective empathy. Yeah, I mean, that's that is borne out in research like this pretty clearly. Of like, hey, if you show some people, pictures of animal suffering, their level of caring, their level of empathy is variable. So like, totally, that is pretty widespread, and not surprising. Oh, okay, cool. I assume, better, hopefully a better place. And whatever, it looks fancy, although I am totally ignorant on coffee. I don't think I've consumed an entire cup of coffee in my life, to be perfectly honest. This looks fancy. So all that to say, it's like, the research of like what MDMA is doing, at least when it comes to like empathy and pro-social behavior and trust, at least so far, the research is pretty mixed. But if in fact, okay, MDMA is, actually increasing empathy, either affective empathy or cognitive empathy, and if in fact MDMA is, increasing trust, and let's say cooperative behavior, it would make sense, or like it can make sense, and you can make an argument as to why it would shift someone more politically left, in the case of this individual here, or this case study here. Because again, on average, generally speaking, always exceptions, but on average, those who identify as more liberal or left-leaning, they tend to score a little bit higher on empathy and trust. It's not like night and day on average. So, but clearly more research needs to be done to fully tease out what MDMA, or like we need to develop better tools to actually measure what MDMA is doing. I'm enjoying the work culture. That's all that matters. If you enjoy the work culture, I'm glad to hear that, because it's absolutely, at least in my experience, it is not easy to find a place of employment where you enjoy the work culture. I assume that, for example, a vegan may have great empathy for vegans, but not as much for homeless people. If empathy can be quantified, is there a particular amount required to care animals compared? I'd say empathy is selected because, yeah. I mean, that is probably true. I think we're all I mean, I think there's multiple, so I'm just thinking out loud. So don't take everything that I say with a grain of salt. Although no matter what, take everything that I say with a grain of salt. But just like thinking out loud, like even I myself, as someone who is like whatever, at the very least plant-based, and let's say largely vegan, not perfectly so, like I have no problem admitting, just like with every other human on the planet, like my empathy is selective. Uh, like I mean, at the end of the day, I have no problem admitting that I arguably care about my well-being more than most other people, or like a stranger that I meet, um, on the street. And it's like, but there's multiple reasons for that. Like, yeah, one, probably down to, identity, just like going to the extremes. I think it's fair to say that, virtually no one can empathize with a rock. But then on, somewhere on the spectrum of the animal kingdom, people start empathizing. For some people, it's whatever creatures are sentient or have some sort of subjective experience. And for others, it's, whatever. Dogs and cats. And like that's it. Or dogs, cats, and horses. And that a lot of that, as you sort of highlighted earlier, socially constructed. And also, I think another part of that is, if you're empathizing with everything equally all the time, that takes a lot of mental and emotional bandwidth. And so it's like, at some point, to preserve, there's a balancing act, to preserve your mental and emotional bandwidth. Not realistic to empathize with everything all the time, all at once. And compassion fatigue appears to be a thing. But like, yeah, it also depends on like what type of empathy that you're talking about. Where it's like, yeah, if you are practicing effective empathy, all the time with everything, that is draining. I would be more, let's say, I think probably most people can afford to, take steps to increase their cognitive empathy. The more perspective taking. Of just trying to, intellectually understand the emotional experience or the subjective experience of other sentient creatures. But even that, again, that requires mental and emotional bandwidth. That, not everyone is in the best position to do that all the time. So yeah, complicated. All that to say is complicated. Pescatarian, I will admit, and yeah, I would say that's an improvement on the majority, in my opinion, whatever that's worth. So yeah, that's gonna be it for tonight. I pretty much covered everything that I want to cover. The scientific fraud, and the MDMA and political positions. So I plan to stream again tomorrow, provided I get a good night's sleep. And I plan to start earlier in the day. Could be in the afternoon, around 3 p.m. Eastern time. But I'm going to announce it in the Discord before I go live. And Zeron, I will try to prepare, as you brought up, about the new research on diabetes, or how that new stem cell diabetes treatment was approved. I'll try to cover that, and probably a couple other things. Let's see if I can find someone to, and also this might be something that I'm covering tomorrow. But yeah, there's a lot of cover, as usual, a lot of content that I always want to cover. Is there anyone? Be anyone? Think I want to science. Nobody really in the science and technology. So I'm gonna end it here. Yeah, Eli, Lily. Yeah, doesn't surprise me that there are competitors coming into the game. That's pretty much always going to happen. So yeah, with that, I'm gonna end it here. I want to thank everyone that passed by. Xeron, always a pleasure. Revolving Simp, Bill Synthetic, Bob Marley, Rafa is God, Phenomenauticus, thank you so much for passing by. And anybody else that I forgot. Dorkamus Prime, thank you for the follow, Neodos, and Akram 203, much appreciated. Happy to have you here. And yeah, like I said, I plan to be back tomorrow afternoon, provided my sleep holds up, which I'm confident that it will, but you never know. Sleep has been throwing me for a loop these days, but I think I have it under control. And that, like, yeah, moving forward, always with the caveat that my sleep holds up, I should be streaming more regularly starting tomorrow. Yeah, until next time, take care, be well, and be kind.